Me and my nigga, we finna do it, dog. Always keep it real, dog.
Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all, just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool, he didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been 100, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100.
Yo, what's going on, man? It's your boy OTK, man. And we back at it, man. Continue off where we left off at last night, man. American Indian slavery, man. I'm hoping that y'all get something out of this. You know what I mean? That's the whole main purpose, man. You know, y'all know my motto. Hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them. Somebody, someone, or something. Because they need it. Y'all already know that, man. But I ain't gonna waste up too much time because it's already kind of late on my side, being on the East Coast. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring my boy Straight Smoke up, man. What's up, Smoke?
Man, I can't call it OTK. How you feeling, brother?
A little tired, but I'm good.
Man, as always. Always a good day, bro. Always a good day. Never stop learning. Mind, body, and soul.
Right. Respect to that, definitely. Other than that, though, your day was all right, man. You and the fam.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. We do the same thing every day. You know, we do the same thing every day. It's called learning.
Right. That avatar is off the chain, cuz.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah. That shit real nice, for real. Alright, with that being said, man, that's good. Everything is all right with you, man. Seen you chopping it up with Auntie Bethy earlier. You know what I mean? That was a good build, man. I like the way she does it, too. Where she pulls out something to read. You know what I mean? And then you can take it from there. It's up to you. You know what I mean? I like that. I like that.
Yeah, that's always a good thing, man, because it's just so much better when you start off with something and you're able to everybody that's participating is able to dissect it because they can see something in it that all some of us can't. You know, some people can see things a different way. Perception is everything, my dude. Straight up. That's why it's always important to keep doing the same thing. We got to start somewhere. My biggest somewhere is starting at home. I'm gonna start with my family first. Let's go, bro. Y'all good, OTK?
Yeah, yeah, and you right, man. I thought I was off mute the whole damn time. But yeah, you absolutely right, man. Because you got to start at home first. Because if you can't get things right at your house, then and at home, then how you can help somebody else get things right, or how can you ever get anything right or do anything right when you don't have your home in order?
Exactly. Exactly. Lead by example. Lead by example.
Facts. And now that you say that, leading by example, man, I'm gonna bring on one of our brothers, man. Legit, man. One of our brothers who we first met, we saw him doing it. You know what I mean? And he led by example, and and now here we are today. What's up, legit?
What's going on, legit?
What's going on, Straight Smoke? What's going on, OTK? Open to knowledge. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hey, man, along them same lines, that's what it's all about, right? The family, young ones coming up behind us. I think that's I think that's the foundation for all of us that's actually out here moving and shaking and doing whatever it is that we doing to contribute in whatever way we're contributing. So on that note, this is my contribution to the effort. You know what I'm saying? Glad to be back. Had my head down a little bit, get my grind on, but I'm back up here for a minute.
Word, that's what's up, man. Glad to have you back. But we know you was taking care of stuff, man.
Yeah,
It's one thing
yeah,
about men, man. We always got something to do. And if you a man out there and you ain't got nothing to do, you better check that.
yeah. You better check that.
Straight
You got
up.
too much free time on your hands.
Too much.
Right.
I
Real.
remember my grandmama used to tell me that, boy, find something to do. You got too much free time on your hands.
Right. Hey, now we in that era where you should be fighting to find some free time. You know what I'm saying? There's so much to be done that we shouldn't really have that much free time, bro. A lot of work to be done. A
A
lot of
lot
work.
of people need that. A lot
And I was just saying that to somewhere else. I'm saying I don't have time to watch a football, basketball game, or anything like that. Them are different goals I can achieve during that time frame. That's
Right.
like the time to me.
But facts. I just had that same conversation while I was at the barber shop. We got a pool table in the barber shop I work at. So we be shooting pool between clients or whatever. And I was just telling one of the homies up there, like, he was asking me about a game. And I was like, man, I can't tell you the last time I didn't watch no game, man. Sat down and watched no whole game, bro. I be too busy, man. I looked at it one day and was like, man, they got where they trying to be at. The fuck I'm doing watching it.
Saying, man.
right.
Yeah. So I don't be having that time for them.
Word. That's what's up. Well, man, I'm gonna go ahead and play these other songs real quick, man, and then we're gonna get into the bill, man. Got to play my boy Drake Cobbs and Boys are Dangerous. And
Let's get
then
it
we're gonna get
cracking,
into
man.
the bill.
I ain't heard them in a couple days, man. Yeah, for sure. Let's get it popping.
I bet, no problem.
This shit hit hard like Spence on the speed bag. I blow his legs off, he gon' need a knee tag. You niggas sound worse than Eminem on relapse. And Burna Boy, he's trash. You thought I was gonna let you ease past? Running your mouth while taking our culture. Treat this nigga like brisket and slow roast him. Roll up the Akon pack. I ain't ducking smoke, I just did hell and blow. I'm on demon time and I got a hellish flow. The 40 spiritual, make them see the Holy Ghost. Let's bury these niggas and raise a toast to the Aborigines. That's from time immemorial. A tauntaun is from the soil. Every rhyme is that cook coke, that hard boil. My energy is unattainable. And for you $5 Indians, I might have to flame a few. Run up on the res, you know we're blazing through. Turn your gang into turtle soup. I aim for the head when I shoot. I take your top off like you do the coop. I took a drink from the fountain of truth. Now these bars is the burden of proof. They say the pen is mightier than the sword, so you gon' have to acknowledge the God. Drake Cobbs, I take your face off. My style is like cocaine raw. You gon' have to bow down to my Jaguar paw, or I'm coming like Leatherface with the chainsaw. I ride for my road dog like a new age outlaw. I do it to death like Chief Cornstalk. So fuck all your tough talk. You little pigeons can't fly with hawks. That'll get you outlined in chalk. It's the supreme being here to electrify your chakra. Any drama is mask on like the Phantom of the Opera. I got the hunger, and you niggas looking like pasta. Shrimp over the lobster, and I'm smoking like a roster. Check my posture. It's only one American, the rest of y'all imposters. Cause you don't want Dre to pop up, cause it's like boys in the hood. I'm out the window with the shoddy, nigga. When it comes to the mic, I'm like the coroner. All I catch is bodies, niggas. So look away before you come in my lane. It's arrows up, I just get it and aim. Yeah.
It's arrows up. I just get it and aim. You know what I'm talking about? Arrows up. Wild Indian, Drake Cobb.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, it make they world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions for my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, we still here.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate, they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world. Many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it, making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit. You heard that? Don't believe we live on the globe, nigga. The earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this, and it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder, believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of the snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music, we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood Politics Part 3. My name Dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
Word, man. You know what I mean? Man, Drake Cobbs and Dangerous, man. That's a nice little combo right there, man. But hold on real quick. Let me do something real quick. It's a you wasn't here the other day, but bro, I got another song that somebody who's always in our chat and stuff, man, you know, politicking with us. Got this song, man, and I want to go ahead and read it out, man. Let me see, what is it up underneath right there? Okay. Yeah, man, appreciate everybody for tuning in, man. You know what I mean? Right here.
the fuck is you hustling with these grams, man? I know it's all cap. All in my face with that fake smile, yeah, you can't get no dab. I got niggas that are shooters, all in your head like a nap. I'm on the scene with them 223s and edit bitch out. No games, man, yeah, I got no time for this shit. I be doing the blame, so please don't you make me click. Hit the clock like a march, man, yeah, it's like a parade. Drunk sound and you ducking and hiding, nigga, better cover your face.
Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. 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 Niggas still killing niggas. Pay your partner to hit ya. Hoes still fucking with niggas, never raising their children. Cluckers still paying deals. Trying to catch them a feeling. I know a bunch of people who ain't never gonna have it. Pants way up their leg, crazy colors in their head. Mumbling and rapping shit, make the niggas say what it said. I know you think I'm tripping, this boy going fed, but I'm just telling you some of the things bouncing in my head. Hip hop used to be so hard. Now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. 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 Man, y'all got an old nigga singing and sweating in the booth trying to get this shit heard. Way too far. Bump your brakes, partner.
Yeah, man. Yeah, legit. I don't think you had hear that yet, man. That's something Voodoo Child had dropped, man. You know what I mean? I don't know how it got to me, but it got to me. It got to me somehow. And I started listening to it. I was like, oh, man, it's hard. So whoever sent that to me, man, I appreciate that. For real. So other than that, man, everything good. Y'all boy here with me? 1, 2. Y'all can hear me? Mic check. I'm good.
I can hear you, man. I was over here thinking something so funny, man. I think it probably break the internet saying that.
What that?
I thought that was Bab singing the way too hard. It sounded like in the background saying way too hard.
Oh shit. That sounded like something Bab.
I was just really that just sounded like a dope.
Right. Well, y'all got something rolled up. All of that. You know what I mean? Damn, hold on. You got the article. Okay, you got the article, right? So I'm glad I sent that to you. Do this real quick, man, and then we'll go into it, man.
Go.
What it look like, man? Real, man. I feel the same way you feel about word. I just don't want to rush, man. I just want to take it one day at a time. That way we reach the highest point of friendship. Then whether you know how far to take this flight. Word. You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going first. Just chill, baby. Got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't
wanna love making, got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heartbeat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind, I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life, well come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug, well come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say you like me, is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I'll meet you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool. Lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Feeling all type ways right now, for real.
I got you.
I
This
hate.
life I lead is hectic,
I
man.
ain't worried about
Don't
that.
ever think
You
I
always
ain't got
talking
time.
that stuff, man. I can't tell though.
Just look at it this way. Whenever we together, that means I got time for you.
That ain't enough.
Word,
For real.
man.
It's not
I
enough.
ain't trying to show you what this life I lead is like.
I already know what it's like. Been there, done that. That's what's up.
I told you, I got you, baby.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you, yeah.
Yeah, man. Y'all already know, man. What's up, Straight? Ready to go ahead and get this thing cracking, man, or what?
Oh, man, you know I'm always locked, loaded, ready to.
Okay, yeah, your mic fucked up.
Mine? I'm just not loud enough.
Nah, you staticking. Trying to blame it on me.
All right, I'll go out and come back in.
All right. In the meantime, while she's going out and coming back,
Back, bro. I'm back.
Oh, damn. I need to retract that. Man, I put that up too quick.
OTK.
Yo, what's up, Bubba?
Hey,
Go ahead.
Is
I'm trying
is
to.
my mic staticky?
You good?
I think it's your mic because my headset sound is real static.
Oh, you might need to turn yours down some. Let me turn this mic down some. You know what? I might ain't got that mic on auto set neither. Damn, sure don't. Okay. Sound better now? Mic check 1 2.
It's a little well, nah, it's still doing it. I can't. Yeah, you're in the matrix now, bro. Straight smoke.
Yeah.
I sound normal.
Yeah.
Straight.
How do I sound?
Yeah, you straight. I think they got to be your mic, bro.
I still got everything locked and ready to go as well.
How
So
I
you know.
sound now? I'm straight now?
Nah, it's. Do you hear that? You hear it straight?
Yeah, I hear it.
I hear it. Yeah, it's still static.
That's my fucking computer mic right there. So I don't know. Y'all hitting the rain outside or something?
When you mute up, you good.
Yeah, when you hit mute, it stop.
Yep.
I don't know what the hell going on, man. Straight up, man. It's crazy. It ain't changed shit from yesterday. Oh. All right. What about now?
You sound great.
Yeah.
Keep talking.
Yeah, you good.
Don't tell me keep talking. Goddamn, no. You keep talking. Shit, y'all little raggy. Y'all might fuck my mic up. Y'all ain't right for that.
I'm sorry, sir. I do not possess that capability to do anything of the nature you're speaking of.
Uh-huh.
No, but you sound great though, bro.
Okay. My bad, man. I'm just typing this thing to put inside the chat, man. Real quick. You can go ahead and pull that up.
All right, sure.
For me.
For sure.
In the meantime.
Let me know if I got it on the proper viewpoint. Do you need it any bigger?
That's good for me, but I don't know about everybody else.
There you go.
How is that? You can see that? Legit?
Yeah, it's good. Matter of fact, I'm finna put it on my other screen. You can go.
That better?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's cool for me. I'm good.
All right, OTK. We all set.
Okay. Oh boy. All right, hold on. I'm almost through, bro. I'm putting the rest of this up so I can put this in the chat real quick. And then we'd be good to go. Because I ain't gonna be able to. I'm not gonna stop once I start. Because the article it really ain't that long. Okay. Now I got it right now. I messed around and dropped it the first time, but didn't put the dang on Cash App inside of there. For those of y'all, man, the other morning on the show, um, Richard Neal Bay and Kate Glover L and all of them came through. Mama Chief shared a story about her grandson. So Richard Neal Bay was like, man, OTK, you need to start a GoFundMe for or whatever like that. So I was like, well, I never did no GoFundMe before. I don't know how to do it on the computer, no none of that. But I know how to do one through my Cash App and just tell y'all it's for extra support to show Mama Chief that, that we care about her. You know what I mean? Even if you don't care about her, if you got a any kind of humane bone inside your body, you know what I mean? You should want to help out, even if it's not money. You know what I mean? If you need to get in contact with Mama Chief or somebody in the family, if it's something else that you can add and contribute to it, man, that's just as good. Money ain't always the answer. It's not always the answer. Yes, it do solve some problems that's right then that may come up, but money is not always the answer. Unity and love, to me, is the answer. And right now, we in the time that we need to be showing love to one another. The unity will come. I think it'll come as long as we keep in contact with each other. But right now, we really need to start having love for one another out here, man. I remember one time back, man, they'd tell you love your enemy. Y'all ever heard that? Not just keep them close, but love your enemy.
Yeah. It's is it possible to love your enemy?
No.
How you say no?
Because that's somebody that would do anything and everything to harm me and my family. It's my enemy.
Okay. So would you wish harm on your enemy?
No.
Then you love your enemy.
No.
Smoke says just no all the way around.
Yeah, but no, I mean it ain't no way around that. If you don't wish no harm on them, which you would hate them, then you got some kind of love for them, some kind of respect for them.
No, I got respect for myself. I got respect for myself first. If I know they my enemy, why would I? No, that's not bro. No, not your boy. I'm just not gonna fuck with him. I'm gonna stay away from him.
Yeah, hold on, whoa. Loving somebody don't mean you gotta fuck with them though, Bubba.
No, I was gonna say that might be considered love.
You keep them at a distance. Yeah. I got family members that's an enemy.
Talking about enemies,
but I still love them.
Now I think too. I think another thing too is we got to be clear that we're not talking about affection. We're not talking about affection.
Right. Not in love. We're not talking about in love. That's affection.
Just love.
Go ahead, legit.
Yeah, I asked that because this situation with Mama Chief is pretty complex. I don't know how much she told y'all. I didn't see it, and she didn't tell me how much she told you, but it's pretty complex, Mm-hmm. And she's in a bit of a situation with it, man, because there's angles to it, Yeah, as you can probably imagine, anytime the police are involved in something, it always brings extra elements into it that complicates things. So, she definitely need to be shown some love, like OTK said, regardless how you might feel about a person personally. There's just that thing of humanity in us that just says, that situation kind of fucked up, so.
Yeah. Word.
Shout out to Mama too.
Yeah, shouts out.
As always.
Yeah, you Mama Chief, you already know. I'm gonna put this back up. I'm gonna take it down for right now. I'm gonna put it back up though. But I'm gonna take it down while I read this. All right, can you make it a little bigger? Or you? Nah, that's good. That's good.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm good. All right. So this is continuation from last night when I started the American Indian slavery. Uh, I got a couple of them, man. A couple of interesting facts and interesting things to bring out during this bill. So I decided to do one of them at a time because these findings, like I got like 90 pages, 4 big long pages, 70 pages. So I did a bunch of research when it comes down to this field, especially South Carolina, Virginia, North Carolina, because those three like seem like they ran hand in hand together. Uh, but yeah, man, I will see y'all should find this interesting, man. So this is by Slate. It's called America's Other Original Sin. Now, straight smoke or legit, y'all know America's first original sin, right? Well, the first original sin, right?
It
What
all
would that? What would that be?
go ahead.
With the book,
Oh, that's what it's referring to.
that's the first sin, right? That's original sin, right?
I,
Original sin was created by Paul.
oh, but that's yeah. I guess it could be. I don't know.
Yeah,
No, I guess we'll see as we get into it.
yeah, yeah, man. So I'll give it to you real quick. Original sin is the Christian doctrine that holds that humans, through the fact of birth, inherited a tainted nature with proclivity to sinful conduct and need of regeneration. The biblical basis for the belief is generally found in Genesis, the story of the compulsion of Adam and Eve from the garden. I was brought forth in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. And in Paul's epistle of the Romans. Therefore, just as sin entered the world through one man, and death through sin, and in this way death came to all people because all sinned. So because of Paul, really, because he advocated it, Paul was that one that got out there and said, look, man, ain't none of us right. I don't care how y'all look at it. We all just born that way. Because he was finding himself a Christian, but then he would also find himself doing things he wasn't supposed to do. So when he did it, he would be like, well, all we got to do is pray to Jesus and all it's all going. I'm paraphrasing right now, okay? But let's just pray to Jesus and all shall be forgiven. So he said an interesting quote. I want to make sure I get it right. It's been a while since I read Paul. But he said something like, the things that I do wrong or the things that I do right or something like that. He worded it some way. But he was like, the things that I do wrong and I know it's wrong, I still continue to
That's
do
right.
it.
Yeah, I know. I
And
know
the
it's what
things
you're
that's
talking about.
considered right, I don't continue. You know what I mean? Something like that or whatever. I can't.
Well, that would, well, that would mean, or at least imply, OTK, that uh is well. Let me ask you: Is that are you saying that they were saying that America was the Garden of Eden?
No, not in that case.
Oh,
So they're saying that, okay, these are two critical points in history. Where Paul came out with that original sin, and then America's original sin, which means when they first came over here, this is what happened. So that was their first sin that America had, to
I
be in
got you.
slavery.
I
You know
got
what I
you. I
mean?
got
So they
you.
can,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah. I got you now. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Right. And another thing too, if y'all hit that Cash App, if y'all send to this Cash App in the for box, put your name so Mama Chief will know who you are, and then she'll get back with us and let us know who they are, and then we can make sure we give you a shout out. And Never know. Might get something. Might get a little gift or something, man, to show our appreciation back. We might throw something back out in the atmosphere, you know. Uh, but yeah, legit though. But yeah, that's pretty much the basis. You know what I mean of original sin. So hopefully this article can kind of clear out what the original sin of America is. Oh, all right. So America's other original sin. Europeans did not just displace Native Americans; they enslaved them and encouraged tribes to participate in the slave trade on a scale historians are only beginning to fathom. All right. Here are three scenes from the history of slavery in North America. In 1637, a group of Pequot Indians, men and boys, have risen up against English colonists in Connecticut and been defeated. Were sold to plantations in the West Indies in exchange for African slaves, allowing the colonists to remove a resistant element from their midst. The tribe's women were passed into service in the white homes in New England, where domestic workers were sorely lacking. In 1741, an 800-foot long kofo or canoe of recently enslaved Sioux Indians, procured by a group of Cree, Boyne and Musini, and Musini warriors, arrived in Montreal, ready for sale to French colonists hungry for domestic and agricultural labor. And in 1837, Chief Joseph Van, expelled from his land in Georgia during the era of the Indian removal, took at least 48 enslaved black people along with them to the Indian Territory. By 1840s, Van was said to have owned hundreds of enslaved black laborers, as well as ranch horses and a side-wheeler steamboat. All right. A reductive view of the American past might note two major centuries-long historical sins: the enslavement of stolen Africans and the displacement of Native Americans. In recent years, a wave. In recent years, bro, you move that dog. That'd be throwing me off. In recent years, see, I done lost my right there. Okay. In recent years, a new wave of historians of American slavery has been directed attention to the ways these sins overlap. The story they have uncovered through African slavery, still a narrative that dominates our national memory in a different light, revealing that the seeds of that system were sown in earlier attempts to exploit Native labor. The record of Native enslavement also shows how the white desire to put workers in bondage intensified the chaos of conflict, disrupting intertribal politics and creating uncertainty and instability among people already struggling to adapt to a radically new balance of power. Before looking at the way Native enslavement happened on the local level, really, the only way to approach a history this fragmented and various, it helps to appreciate the sweep of the phenomenon. How common was it for Indians to be enslaved by Euro-Americans? Counting can be difficult, but many instances, Native enslavement in the colonial period were illegal or ad hoc and left no paper trail. Okay, so y'all know what a paper trail is, right? Y'all know I got you. Y'all know what a paper trail is? So what
they
do
basically no records.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you was asking us. Yeah. They left no way to really trace it, no receipts, no paperwork, nothing that you could tie to any specific person or time period, basically.
Or who they was. So
Right.
pretty much when you're doing DNA, they tell you you need a paper trail, and it's a paper trail to go along with it with the reference panel. So the paper trail in that case will be your genealogy. All right, so that's how they will tie you in. But historians have tried. A few of their estimates, thousands of Indians were enslaved in colonial New England, according to Margaret Ellen Newell. Allen Gailey writes that between 1670 and 1750, more Indians were exported into slavery through Charlestown, now Charleston, South Carolina, than Africans were imported. Brett Rusford recently attempted a tally of the total number of enslaved. He told me that he thinks 2 million to 4 million indigenous people in the Americas, North and South, may have been enslaved over the centuries that the practice prevailed. A much larger number had previously been thought. It's not on the level of the African slave trade, which brought 10 million people to Americas, but the earliest history of European colonies in the all right, scroll up. All right. But the earliest history of the European colonies in the Americas is marked by native bondage. If you go up to about 1680 or 1690, there still, by that period, had been more enslaved Indians than enslaved Africans in the Americas. And you can see it right there on the side right there too, 1670 to 1750. This practice dates back to the earliest history of the European colonies in the future United States. Take the example of the Pequot, who were enslaved in 1637 after clashing with the English. As Newell writes in the new book, Brethren, by nature, New England Indians, colonists, and the origins of an American slavery. By the time the ship Desire transported the defeated Pequot men and the boys to the Caribbean, colonists in New England, desperate for bodies and hands to supplement their own meager workforce, had spent years trying out various strategies of binding native labor. So y'all remember when we was talking to somebody and we was like, who are the people in Haiti? That was the guy that came on there, Naga. You know what I mean? He was talking about the people in Haiti. Is that why I left off at, bro?
Yeah, I got you lined up.
Yeah, I want to make sure, man. It seems like I stopped.
No, you stopped it right there. Start from binding the
right.
labor.
Yeah. So
right.
I asked him who are those people, and I told him, I was like, so are those the Arawaks or the Tainos? And then somebody had said the Pequot. So that's why I asked them, well, what Pequot are you talking about? And they was like, oh, the Pequot that went down there, that went to the Haiti or whatever like that to help them fight. Right? So I'm showing you right here that the Pequot could have been there way longer before y'all going to help them fight. Because they done got taken to the Caribs. Now we know the Caribs was raiding and doing all what they had to do all around these damn islands, including Haiti. So this can be a way how the Pequot got there. You know what I mean? All right.
Absolutely.
So, right. So during the Pequot War, which was initially instigated by struggles over trade and land, that's my boy favorite word right there, trade, and land among the Europeans, the Pequot and rival tribes, colonists explicitly named the procurement of captives as one of their goals. Soldiers sent groups of captured Pequot to Boston. It's crazy. And other cities for distribution, while claiming particular captured people as their own. Soldier Israel Stroughton wrote to John Winthrop, which you got a college down here, Winthrop College, having sent 48 to 50 women and children to the governor to dispute as he pleased. There is one. There is the fairest and largest. That is the fairest and largest that I saw amongst them, to whom I have given a coat or clothed her. It is my desire to have her for a servant. This is a little squaw that Stewart Cooley desired. Lieutenant Davenport also desired one, to wit a tall one that hath 3 strokes upon her stomach. So shit, them boys picking them out like they damn flowers in a garden. A few years after the conclusion of the war in 1641, the colonists of Massachusetts Bay passed the first formal law regulating slavery in English America. In a section of the longer document known as the Body of Liberties, which I got that coming up to, the section language allowed enslavement of those lawful captives taken in just wares, and such strangers as willingly sell themselves are sold to us, and left room for legal bondage of others the authorities might deem enslaved in the future. The Body of Liberties codified the colonist position of native workers and opened the door for the expansion of African enslavement. Europeans did not introduce slavery to the continent. Many, though not all, of the native groups in the land that later became the United States and Canada practiced slavery before the European arrived. Native tribes in their diversity did not have a uniform approach to enslavement, giving Americans propensity to collapse all native people together. This bears reiterating. Many of those traditions also change when tribes begin to contend with the European presence. There are many slaveries, and colonialism bring different slaveries in contact with one another. Historian Christina Snyder, who wrote A History of Native Slavery in the Southeast, told me, contact pushed native practices to change over time, as tribes contested and adapted to European demands. But broadly speaking, native types of enslavement were often about kinship. Reproductive labor, and diplomacy, rather than solely the extraction of agricultural or domestic labor. The difference between these slaveries and European bondage of Africans was great. They got a bunch of sources too, bunch of sites that you can go on. Historian Pika Hamamalina, in this 2009 book, The Comanche Empire, writes of Comanche uses of slavery during the period of dominance of the American Southwest between 1750 and 1850. The Comanche exercised hegemony or whatever like that, in part by numerical superiority, and enslavement was part of that strategy. Hamalayan or Hamalaani writes that Comanches put captives through a rigorous process of enslavement, a dehumanization initiation that brought a non-Comanche captive into the tribe through renaming, tattooing, beating, whipping, mutilation, and starvation, but stipulates that once a person was enslaved, they were varying degrees of freedom and privilege she or he could obtain. Male captives might be made blood bondsmen with their owners, protecting them from ill treatment and casual sale. Women might be married into the tribe, after which time they become as Hamalian puts it, full-fledged tribal members, younger, more impressionable children. More impressionable children might be adopted outright. After a period of trauma, captives could quite possibly attain quasa or free status. Their children will be Comanches. Their own children will be Comanches. In the book Bonds of Alliance, Indigenous and Atlantic Slaveries in New France, Brett Rushford writes about a similar tradition of natal alienation practiced by enslaving tribes in the Pas de Hat, the French name for the Great Lakes region in the land west of Montreal, in order to strip a captive of his or her old identity and life. Rutgers does not sell short the awfulness of these processes. Still, he pointed out, rather than a close slave system designed to move slaves up and out, excluded slaves and their descendants from full participation in their master society. Even when freed, indigenous slavery moved captives up and in toward full if forced assimilation. This was more than Africans enslaved by Europeans could hope for. After the legal codification of hereditary chattel slavery in the 17th and early 18th century. Oh, boy, my eyes watering, boy. Hey, straight, read some of that for me real quick. Pardon me, y'all.
All right, I got you, bro. Native American slaves in New France. As many as 10,000 Indians were enslaved between 1660 through 1760. Here are the names we know. The disconnect between native uses of slavery and European understanding of the practice often made miscommunication. In some places, ironically enough, native groups themselves initiated the trade in captives to the Europeans. In the Pays d'en Halt, Rushford found in his research Indian groups believed in a diplomatic function of captive taking. Early in their times in the area, French officials found themselves offered native slaves as tokens of trust, peace, and friendship. When the French embedded themselves in these native systems of alliance and trade and diplomacy, they found themselves engaged in the captive exchanges. Not unwillingly, of course, Rushford told me. At the same time, the French were trading African slaves in the Caribbean and South America. So it's not like the Indians forced this upon the French. The French found the diplomatic function of it to be kind of confusing. They didn't know what to make out of it at first, and then they sort of manipulated it to their own advantage. In some places, noted groups themselves initiated the trade in captives to the Europeans. Rushford notes that the political equilibrium that prevailed before the arrival of Europeans had kept the native slave trade minimal. If you're a native group in the Midwest and it's hunting season, you have to make a choice, he said. Are we going to go after an enemy, or are we going to stock up on meat and hides and the other things? It's either hunting or captive raiding. And so that created the created the disincentives to go after captives, because there were all kinds of reasons you wanted to have peace and all kinds of reasons you wanted to have your economy running. Soon, however, French officials desiring more slaves began to incentivize native people to take captives by promising desirable goods in return. Nearby tribes began to raid one another in earnest of offering venture far into the interior of the present-day United States to grab Pawnee and other Plains Indians. With French traders now offering goods and commensables in exchange for captives, the old political balance was disrupted. If you can go raid your enemies and trade them for food and cloth and other things, you can actually sort of collapse those two choices into one, Rushford said. That means the choice to raid for captives was much less costly for them. And so they actually did it much more often. The French, wanting to be secure from violence in Montreal, made rules that punished the chaos of raiding farther away, circumscribing the sale of native slaves from nearby tribes, for example, so they can create all of this extractive force, Rutherford noted. and it's just to make everything chaotic and destructive out there. Sounds a bit much like what you're seeing today. Slate Academy, The History of American Slavery. America's defining institution, as told through the lives of 9 enslaved people enrolled in the college course you wish to take and learning from acclaimed historians and writers alongside slates Jamil Bowie and Rebecca Onion. It's just an advertisement. I shouldn't even read it. Who really cares? As in the paid in halt, so in the American South, where the demand for Indian slaves changed the political relationship between tribes. Once Europeans showed up and they demanded that the supply of native slaves amp up to meet the demand, native practices regarding slave change, Snyder said, so people who might once have been adopted or killed now became slaves. Captives experienced enslavement by 17th century Europeans in much different way than enslavement by another Indian tribe. If a native person was made captive by a rival tribe, a set of relatively predictable traditions governed his or her treatment. But after a native captor sold a captive to a European, the person was swept into a global system. Sounds familiar. She or he was now a commodity. She or he was now a commodity. In the South, Snyder said natives basically became slaves in a really similar way to African slaves who were also arriving at the same time into South Carolina. Reduced to a source of labor and caught up in a wide-reaching web of exchange, the native slave could be so very far away. Wordsworth points out to an instance of Apaches and other Plains people being sold through Quebec to the Caribbean. There were Plains Apaches who showed up on sugar plantations in Martinique, he said. While histories of native enslavement and enslavement might seem to be separate spheres of study, they too are intertwined. Tribal groups could find themselves shifting from enslavers to enslaved as the relationships to Euro-Americans and with other tribes changed over time. To illustrate the concept, Snyder points out to the story of the Westo Indian, a group originally from around Lake Erie who spoke an Iroquoian language. They left the North in the middle of the 17th century, Snyder says, probably because Iroquois competition over guns and slaving, and moved to the Southeast where they enslaved local Indians for sale to colonists. But then the colonists got anxious, or they were afraid that this group was too powerful, Snyder said. In 1680, a group of Carolinians armed with the Savannah Indians and empowered them to break the Westos' strength in the area. The remaining Westos were themselves sold to Caribbeans as slaves. Always helping somebody else to achieve their stuff, not knowing what's going to happen to you. Cannot comply with tyranny. You cannot comply your way out of tyranny. In the late 18th century Southeast, the native relationship to slavery took a surprising turn. There, a relatively small group of Cherokee, Creeks, Choctaws, and Chickasaws held Africans in bondage. Historian Tia Miles has written 2 histories of Cherokee slaveholding. Miles placed the number of enslaved people held by Cherokees around 600 at the start of the 19th century and around 1,500 at the time of westward removal in 1838 through 9. Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, she said, held around 3,500 slaves across 3 nations as the 19th century began. Slavery inched its way slowly into Cherokee life, Miles told me. When a white man was moved into native location, usually worked as a trader or as an Indian agent, he would own African slaves. If such a person also had a child with a native woman, as was not uncommon, the half European, half native child would inherit enslaved people and their children under white law, as well as the right to use tribal lands under tribal law. This combination put such people in a position to expand their wealth, eventually operating large farms and plantations. This was the story of James Van, the father of Joseph, the steamboat owner. The elder Van's mother was Cherokee, while his father was white. And that right there,
Uh-huh.
that part right there,
Half European, half native. They would inherit slaves too.
and their children
And their children
under white law,
under white law.
as well as have the right to use tribal land and tribal law. Dig that.
Smoke. I also don't want to skip over the fact I didn't want to interrupt you when you said it, but you pointed out something very, very major while you was reading that.
That's what's going on today.
It's still happening today. It's still happening right now. Pretty much the same way. When you agree?
Man, this is, I'm looking at it like these are the things I've been saying for a long time. Everybody keep looking at the food and all this other stuff. They're going to retract that and hold that for themselves. You are now the commodity.
You are not a commodity. And you keep
You are
using
the
that word.
commodity.
Where when I read through this article again over and again today, I was like, damn, boy. Trade and
This shit
commodity.
turns my
That's a
stomach.
straight smoke.
This shit turns my goddamn stomach, man. This combination, look at the arrogance. This combination puts such people in a position to expand their wealth. This combination puts such people in a position to expand their wealth. You just took it from another man.
Yeah, but look what they did first, though. They breeded with them first.
Yeah, that was the whole motherfucking invasion, the whole usurpment. That was it.
But that's
right
your boy. So these are what you call these Indian agents who was placed inside of these tribes. They were the eyes and the ears for the government or whoever at this time. But they were the eyes and the ears of what the tribe was doing and what they had going on. So it was only them now, well, which we know they was white, whatever, because that's what it said. But yeah, though, that right there, man, that's heavy, though. That's heavy. But you see, that shit didn't have no barrier, right? You see, that shit didn't have no barrier. Motherfucker been getting took from Arizona, the Apaches and all them or whatever, Comanches, they was getting took from Arizona in the city over there, that west coast over there, and getting took into Quebec.
Bro, what's killing me is this. You meet some new motherfuckers that make you want to go and hunt other motherfuckers for them.
Exactly.
What type shit? So you was trying to get rid of your own you was trying to get rid. Hold on, I'm gonna be totally honest. You was trying to get rid of your enemy because you met the enemy's friend. Because eventually all these people knew each other.
The enemy of my enemy.
It was all through trade. So we all was trading with each other. So you want to willow out me to sell me to these motherfuckers, and they eventually gonna come and get you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yep.
Dig
so
that shit.
You remember the article from yesterday? You know what I mean? It said something, but that article from yesterday, I said it about the slavery shit, man. I forgot what it said, but I'll remember in a second. That article from yesterday said something too that you had just said just now. Oh, that they would trade on their own people. So yeah, you notice at the beginning of this article, the slavery that they had going on was totally different than what they came and did. And you seen what that article also said yesterday. They was in one of those positions, either you get down or you lay down.
That's all
We
they
read the
wanted.
article yesterday. In order to catch an Indian, you only need an Indian. And say they was forced into that. Either they do it or they end up getting enslaved themselves or getting killed.
So this
Almost
is
sound
my
like the same story we hear from over there, right?
yeah.
Made those boys go into slave hunting and all that. But the difference of what us, once we got scrapped up, we started turning on them. We started coming together and turning on them. Go ahead, legit.
I had a question. What do you what do you brothers think? And I'm talking about realistically now. Like, let's put ourselves back in that time, and let's say, you know, they just captured one of us while we was out hunting or kicking it with the kids or whatever. And they said, hey man, we can either take you and your family into slavery, or you can take us and help us capture some more and we'll let you go. What would be your choice?
There wasn't no choice. They was gonna come get you eventually.
I thought it was saying that they were giving them, that was one of the ways they prevented from being enslaved was to assist them. And
Right.
am I misunderstanding that? I thought that was one of the ways
No,
they
no,
avoid.
you're right. But the end game was you was still going. That was still gonna happen to you.
Get enslaved to. Yup.
Yeah.
The end game of it, you were still
Yeah.
gonna get enslaved to, whether you helped them or not. Them motherfuckers
Right.
was gonna turn on your ass. Cause see, the whole thing about this whole slavery thing, which we're gonna see later on, and more article, more readings, we're gonna see that they was killing the men, or either working the dog shit out of them, but keeping the women and children.
That's right. You got to get rid of the warrior class.
Try to get rid of the warrior class.
Yeah, of course.
And how did they do that? You seen at the beginning, they shipped them to the West Indies, to the Caribbeans.
That's why
I'm gonna show you every spot. Yesterday I showed you some spots. I showed some spots yesterday. I think I showed Angier. I got to go back to that first article. We need to write all these names down to where they got taken at. You know what I mean? Okay. In the second and third decades of the 19th century, the Cherokee strategy to keep the American government from taking their land was to prove their own sovereignty as a civilized people. They were trying, Miles said, to form a Cherokee government that looked like the U.S. government, to publish laws, establish a Supreme Court, establish a principal city, to create a police force, to create a newspaper. These efforts were concurrent with the growth of slavery, another adopted tradition that would show that Cherokees were truly assimilated. The United States government, Congress, considered itself in charge of Indian affairs, and starting in the 1780s, established a series of governmental structures meant to manage tribal relations, had really clear ideas about what it meant to be civilized, Miles said. That included a different gender differentiation of labor. So men were supposed to stop hunting. They were supposed to come back and farm. Women were supposed to be in the household, and the slave people were supposed to be out in those fields, helping to produce even more crops and eventually allowing the native man to have more of a supervisory role. Indian agents, white men appointed by Congress to liaise with the tribes, would report to their supervisors on the degree to which Cherokee slaveholders were fulfilling the expectations of white observers. Some white onlookers thought James thought James Van was too lenient in the way of socialized. in the way he socialized with the, by one count, 70 enslaved Africans who worked on his plantation. Still, he prospered, eventually owning 400 to 800 acres of land, a store, a tavern, and a trading post. So this is the same dude who's half white and half black now. I mean, half white and half Indian. 800 goddamn acres. Damn. Mm-mm. All right.
See how they do?
Yeah. So the material success of slaveholders such as Van did not, in the end, saved the Cherokees from removal. While some native slave owners in the South may have been temporarily enriched by slaveholding, historian Claudio Salt argues, as the demand for captives rose, it destabilized the entire region. The dehumanization of non-Europeans ultimately allowed white colonists to justify the killing of southeastern Indians and the appropriation of their land. The explicitly racist underpinnings of slavery in the South left Native people there, even slaveholders who participated in the system, vulnerable. When white demand for land prevailed, the Native population would inevitably lose. So this dude John Van was was getting all these Cherokees, and he was saving them, or whatever like that, rather than keeping them or whatever like that.
He took their land, bro.
Huh?
As he got them, he took their land.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's some bullshit, man.
During removal, some wealthy Cherokees were able to take their enslaved people along. Many walked the Trail of Tears along with the natives who held them in bondage. If you were rich in the Southeast, you got to basically start over again with the captive labor force, Miles said, which doesn't mean that the removal wasn't awful. It was still awful, but it meant that you had a leg up in rebuilding your wealth. Slave narratives. They are progress administration oral histories given by black slaves who were once owned by Cherokees and other tribes. Report favorably on the experience of being held by Native. Miles told me that she thought the historians should take these narratives with a grain of salt. Point out that there are also many stories of Native slaveholders selling and punishing their black bondsmen. There were more ways to have a margin of autonomy in anatomy. Something. Anatomy. In a Native American context. There are examples of Native people freeing their slaves and marrying them, she said. But at the same time, there are many instances of very violent behavior that tended to take place on a larger plantation. So it depended on where you were enslaved and who you were enslaved by. Some Native people who held Africans on small farms where they might eat out of the same pot as the master, as Miles put it, treated them as a kind of family. In her first book, however, Miles wrote about a Cherokee farmer who enslaved an African woman, lived with her for decades, never freed her, despite her bearing his children. In that particular case, years of intimacy did not lead to emancipation. Is that it right there? No story. The historians I spoke with, that they found this history challenging to talk about in moral terms, perhaps more than the history of American slavery. I think popular history likes to talk about good guys and bad guys, Snyder told me. The complexities of the history of the Native enslavement leave such clear distinctions behind. Some may think that I do not or philosophize enough. Alan Galley writes in the introduction to his book that I have the responsibility of always separating good from evil, of creating a parable from which the moral of the story may easily be drawn. I wish that it were so simple. The fact that Native people so often assisted in enslavement of people from other tribes make the story a complicated one. Yes, Europeans did have Native assistance in implicating their ends. They were also the ones who put Native tribes under existential. What's next? Man, you gotta keep that thing highlighted when you move, man, because I'll be getting lost. All right, under Native tribes under the existential pressures that forced many Indians to sell fellow natives into slavery. This tragedy does not make for so clear-cut a narrative as, say, the bravery of the fugitive African Americans who took the Underground Railroad to freedom. Yet it is a tragedy nonetheless. The many stories of the Native slavery force us to think about the strategies Native people used to respond to the relentless European desire for labor. Some, like the Yamasee, who with the Allies rose up to the challenge British colonists in South Carolina in 1715 through 1760, fought enslavement with violent resistance. Some, like the warriors who brought the long coffle or canoe of Sioux to Montreal in 1741, or the Cherokee, or the Creek, or the Chickasaw, or the Choctaw, who took their African slaves to Indian country in 1830, tried to adapt by becoming part of the system. Later, some worked within European law to challenge a tradition of an Indian enslavement. In 1739, a native man known only as Caesar sued for his own freedom in New London, Connecticut. He argued, hold up, real quick. Wasn't that dude on that ship with Blackbeard on the Pirates of the Caribbean? Wasn't his name Black Caesar?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I wonder if it has any connection. We'll find that out. Black Caesar sued for his own freedom in New London, Connecticut. He argued that his mother, Betty, who had surrendered during the King Philip's War in 1676, should have been set free after 10 years of servitude, rather than enslaved, and that he himself should have been born a free man. More than a few second and third generation natives brought such cases in New England in the 1730s and 1740s. And in doing so, writes Margaret Allen Newell, they fueled New England's growing abolitionism, forcing men in power to reconsider the legal basis for enslavement. Natives were thus part of history of America. Slavery at the beginning and at its end.
That's it on that one right there, OTK.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. So what y'all think about that? That article in the whole.
Well, you already know where I stand at with it, bro. That shit turns my stomach, man. That shit turns my stomach, you know, because that's man. That just turns my stomach.
The slavery part or the part that was happening?
Well, let me start from the very beginning. To be totally honest with you, in the very beginning of it, now we see that the Indian Removal Act was first. Before the Indian Removal Act, before them Africans came here, the Indian Removal Act was first. Let's get that up front in the dough. But as those people came here, they brought their help or their slaves or whatever you want to call them. They brought them here.
Yeah, it was happening around the same time as they was coming in. Them boys was leaving out. That's why that one Cherokee took his peoples in with him. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was good. It was a good read though. Got a bunch of damn sources in it.
Yeah, it had plenty of those. It
Uh,
definitely had plenty of those.
yeah, sources and sites. Go look them up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're gonna go straight on, go through them. You know us.
Mm-hmm. Okay. See, yeah, to hop down and get ready for work and shit. Yeah, I ain't come to be that long my damn self, man. Just come to kick it for a little while and you know what I mean? Read that article and get that out there. You know, I'm gonna do one every day. I gotta see what's next on the list in that bill.
That was a very good, that was a very interesting one right there, bro.
Yeah,
Straight
it
up.
only gets better. It only get even more interesting, rather. Because so what I did is a lot of those 1 pages, 2 page things like that. I actually got like some of the backstory on some of them. You know what I mean? So
Oh wow.
yeah, so I'm talking about how much it costs to buy, you know, all of that, man. If I'm not mistaken, in that bill too, I'm gonna tell you about some mestizos that was born from out the islands and stuff like that, man. Born by Spanish, by the conquistadors, and
Mm-hmm.
He took his son back to Europe, and he ended up working in the king's court. So yeah, so
Man, I'm be totally honest with you, man. I'm stuck on this. What what could make you sell out like that? I mean, man, what is this history of selling out, bro? What is that shit?
mm. But like I said though, man, it's crazy. It's crazy that they had to. And I heard somebody say one time like we was trying to steal Africa's story because we was like, yo, you know the same thing that happened over there, it happened over here. They was like, hell no, y'all trying to take Africa's story. I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna start showing you Africa the same story that y'all got over that they say it happened over there. I'm gonna show you that it happened over here. You know? And this is one part of it. When we get into the parts where it starts saying, hey, look, we better arm them before another tribe, before the French or somebody else do. Because if they get armed by the French, we go. You know? So at the same time, all this is going on, right? You got the French, the English, and the Spanish. You got the Dutch too. The Dutch pop up in there every now and then. They pop up there. And British, the English and the British, or whatever they're saying, or whatever that they said. But they was at war with each other. You know, they was fighting the war over there in Europe.
Right.
So that was the whole thing. All the gold that they was getting out of North America and all that, they was sending it to fund the war over there. So now we know why they took over or why they came to the northeast all the way down to the south. They've been done find that gold, bro.
Mm.
You got to think now, 1700s, they find the gold.
Well, it's like I said, man. Yes, this is well,
Them boys depleted our goddamn streams of gold.
and they just came in and just did what the fuck they wanted to do, and nobody stood up to them at all.
Aha. Okay, I'm glad you say that, because in future readings, you're gonna see. Oh yeah, well they did say the Yamasees, they got shit, and you
Yeah,
know what I mean.
well, you know what I'm
They,
saying,
they,
bro.
they had a war. They damn sure war. That war ended right here in Goose Street.
I don't mean it like I'm making it sound, but damn,
Yeah, yeah, I got you. I got you.
that's just rough, man.
Yeah, I can only imagine, bro. I can only imagine what them people went through, man. You know what I mean? Um, Before they even start taking them to the islands, you know, they would have just shipped them right there in the colonies. But shit, after them boys start running away and getting loose, the boys say, "Oh hell no, we gotta ship them bitch off by boat somewhere else." So then that's when they started getting took into to the West Indies, which Virginia on down was the West Indies too. Now Virginia was part of the West Indies at 1.2.
Mm.
Yeah, man. So that's serious though. Glad you like that. Glad you like that.
Yeah, man. I truly did.
I even got some videos inside there too, man, in that bill, man. So you know what I mean? We got a good bill.
Well, I know if you put it together, bro, I know how you gonna do your due diligence about what you want to show. I
Yeah.
get that, and that's understood,
I mean, first thing I put together, you know.
right?
First thing I put together, bro, I have to say that it's a group bodied work. You know what I mean? Took my time and did it. Man, lots of reading, man. Lots of reading. Like I said, one of those jokers got like 90 pages. Man, lots of reading. And out of those 90 pages, I want to say 20 of them are just sources with all the sources and sites on them. So the top part would be about Virginia. So at the end of that, you will have notes uh, from the article one or from section one. You will have notes right after it. And in those notes, man, they give you so much other damn sources, man. Like I ran out of time. You know what I mean? Because the debate came up so quick. I ran out of time. Like I literally have more work to put on that. Like when you was reading that advertisement.
Yeah,
Yeah, see those advertisements have things that you're looking for too, or it might answer the question around what you're looking for.
I get you.
Mm-hmm. So that was the thing, though. But overall, though, man, you said it was a good source. I mean, read. I liked it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I did too, bro.
Right. I mean, you take the good with the bad, man. You know what I'm saying? Can't just be good all the time. You got to take the good with the bad. You know. But it's crazy now because once them Europeans start mixing with those Indians, who would they be, cuz? From our research, who would they be? What would they be classified as? Not white, but who would they be classified as?
There'd be octoroons or quadroons.
Be mulattoes too.
Yeah, that's what those are.
Yeah,
Those
they'd
are
be mulattoes.
variations of the blood. Yeah, those are different variations of the blood. That's being a
Yeah,
mulatto. Because
octoroon and a quadroon. Quadroon mean they got 4 different bloodlines in them, right? 4 different
right,
nationalities.
that's what I'm saying. Right,
Yeah, yeah,
right. That's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
These are just 2 distinct. You got Indian and you got European, or you got Indian and you got uh African or whatever.
That's what I'm trying
And
to tell you, bro.
those make up your mulatto groups. So now, once you come out with one of them, the Indian and the black, now he goes and he breeds with a European. That child goes and breeds with an Asian. Now you got a quadroon. Correct? Oh no.
No, this is degrees of separation only from the black blood.
Say that again now.
What I'm talking about with octoroons and quadroons, those are only degrees of separation of the black blood
So you talking
on this
about the
mainland.
damn quantum? You talking about that quantum shit with the one drop rule?
Yes.
Okay, all right, I got you.
Yes.
Yeah, when I hear quad dog, I think
I know.
four. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
multi
think of
different
four
areas.
because it's a Spanish word. If it got quad in the front, it's a Spanish word. Cuatro.
Shit,
That's
you
four.
want to drop the link, see if anybody else got something they want to say about it, see how the people feel, because can we get some questions out the chat,
Oh yeah, we can
'Cause
do
that
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 real
that
quick,
was
man.
that was a nice read, my dude.
Yeah, we can do that real quick, man. Yeah, appreciate you, man. Oh, you ain't see shit yet, bro. You think that one was good, man? Listen, if you think that one was straight, bro, listen. Them next ones, boy, your head gonna be on the damn swivel in that house.
Damn.
Word, I'm trying to tell you. So if you don't want to be surprised, you got the whole bill. If you don't want to be surprised, skim through some of them shit, man. Yeah, you talking
That's a
about
bet.
classifications,
I'll fit
status.
one in. I'll fit one in a day.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll go
And
through one
listen,
a day.
and you talking about status getting changed, classification, man, all kind of shit. Oh man, it's so much shit out there. Whew. That's the main thing that I want to bring out, the status and classifications too. So that's why I like that little bill, man, because it talks about certain things. It all relates to the same thing about the American Indian slave trade. And you see in the topic, the first beginning of it, did more American Indians leave out of Charleston than Africans brought in. You know what I mean? So
Right.
Verdugos were not a part of a surname, but a title. Verduga means butcher or executioner in English. For me, it's Verduga's branch. I don't understand what she's saying. It's those ones who came over there or whatever like that. I don't understand. Carla Hernandez. Latino?
Yeah, you
Latino
can
Carla?
give a little bit more in depth of what you're talking about, or you can hit the hard or something.
I don't know. Vertigos wasn't in that article, was it? I don't remember seeing a vertigo or Verdugos.
No, I didn't see none of that in there.
Oh, unless she was talking about the quadroon shit or whatever like that. Think she might have been talking about that.
Well, that's a possibility. But like I said, with the quadroon thing, I'm talking about this is straight up dealing off of black blood. So that's different. I don't know what that is. I know what I'm talking about as far as
Okay.
Yeah.
She could be saying too, like her name didn't come from a surname, but it's a title. So her name came from literally meaning butcher. So her peoples that might have been butchers or either executioners, is what she's saying, and that's where that name come from. I think that's what it is. Yeah, I got to build on that too, about how they steal names. Yeah, with Cortez. Okay. Oh, they was with Cortez. Okay. Okay. All right, Carlo, man. Next time we do build, man, you come up, build with us on that. We love to hear that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, we love to hear that. Yeah, man. But yeah, nobody gonna hit the link, man. Hey, man. Let me do this real quick then before I check out, man. In case y'all didn't know. Oh, that's the one I put up wrong, in it. Duh. It's the right one. Sorry, y'all. Oh, then I put up the same one
Get the
again.
same one twice.
Yeah, twice,
we
right?
go.
Okay. Here we go, y'all. If
That
y'all,
cash
if y'all,
out.
yeah, if y'all donate something to the Cash App, make sure y'all leave y'all name in the forward box, man. It's show support, man. Show support. That's all. Between me, straight, legit, Richard, and I mean, I think we can cover her. We got her lunch, you know what I mean, for her, but there's other people involved. She got a daughter, you know what I mean, who child that was. I mean, so yeah, man, just help the family out. Uh, I don't know how people feel in this community about other people, man, but I'm the type of person that I rock with you. I rock with you. You know what I mean? Uh, ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Nobody can change my mind. You know what I mean? Nothing like that. I rock with you. I rock with you, good and bad. So rock with Mama Chief.
As always.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's crazy, man, how I got introduced to a lot of people um, in this community, and how I got introduced to a lot of them is from actually like being live and then they coming up. So I met a lot of people just by interacting with them, man. Oh, they go Goddess K Glover L right there. See, when you call somebody, man, or when you say those names and stuff like that, greatness appears. Don't it, cuz?
Every single time.
Every time. Shouts out to Goddess K Glover L, man. And my dog, Richard Neo Bay, man. Hey, Rich be going off now on his little bills, that he not little bills, not like that. When I say little, I mean short. But yeah. Oh man, so that's for Mama Chief. Okay. I'm send that to her right now. That's from the heart. Yeah, so pretty much, man, that $10 right there, appreciate you. Appreciate you for that. That $10 right there is gonna go towards Mama Chief. I'm about to send that to her right now. And thank you,
so
Carla,
much.
man. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, though, she didn't ask for this. My dear good brother Richard Neo Bay said, "OTK, man, you need to get a GoFundMe for it." I was like, man, I just woke up. Y'all still alive from last night. Man, I don't know how to do this, but it'll work it out. I know how to do it like this though. So anything that gets donated to me on a super chat, even though shit on the super chats, YouTube takes some of that. But even though they're gonna take some of that, I'm still gonna send that whole $10 to her. Let's see. Dollar sign. Orphan. That's crazy. I'm about to look for the dang on Cash App on my phone and it's right here. Dolphin Wolf. Okay.
Yeah, OTK, man. I'm gonna go ahead and make this food, man. It's time for me to go ahead and eat, bro.
Okay. From Carla Hernandez.
Salute to each and every one of y'all, man. As always,
All
straight smoke, man.
right, peace, bro. Get up with you tomorrow, man. Appreciate you, man. That's all we just doing a little quick little bill. I ain't gonna be long. I ain't gonna be long tonight myself. You know what I mean? Where pay, boom, confirm. Boom, done. All right, Mama Chief, you got one coming through. Somebody already started donating tonight, man. I'm gonna have to pull a marathon one night, man. Just a marathon. Have people come through. Man, I hope that's you. Mama Chief, if you still inside the chat, Mama Chief, please make sure that's you. I sent that to. I did type it in, but just please give me a thumb up. Or you can either text me. Yeah. Babylon, what's going on, man? Um, Babylon, when you gonna do that bill, man? You come up real quick, man. Y'all want to come up real quick if y'all seen the slavery bill, man, and y'all want to come up real quick. I'm gonna be in there for a little bit longer, and then I'm out, man. I'm not gonna stay too long tonight. Well, this morning. But Babylon, you can hit the link, man. Goddess KM Glover L, you can hit the link. I know you're gonna give some words of encouragement to Mother Chief. Ain't nothing like hearing the strong words from you anyway. Christopher, what's going on, man? Yeah, man. You know, that's like close to home, man. Mm, mm, okay. Man, don't feel bad, man. We all get a little what a person might think disrespectful, Carla, man. But the thing is though, you recognize that you might have felt like you was disrespectful because you might not have want somebody to do that to you or something, but at least you had enough acknowledgement, enough woman to say you sorry. You know what I mean? And you are right. History is a hard pill to swallow. You know why? Because a lot of people don't know history. They know the outskirts of it, but when it's time to get down and dirty and find out what really been going on, yeah, it is hard to swallow. It's very hard to swallow. A lot of people run a DNA test, hoping the DNA test to tell them history, but it don't. Genealogy can. You know. You said you try to send me the links. Where did you send them at, Carla? Yeah, that was coin notes. Had hidden code. That was the coin and notes had hidden codes. Okay, okay. Hey, what's going on, guys?
Peace, 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 OTK, peace to the chat. I'm just in here listening. I'm just getting on. What was the topic for this evening?
Yesterday I started a bill. I got a pretty nice bill about American Indian slavery. So yesterday I started with the first one with Christopher, 1492. When he
Okay,
took
yeah. I heard some of that bill last night.
Mhm.
That was crazy. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was a
man.
crazy bill last night. It's much calmer tonight than it
Oh
was.
yeah, yeah, Babylon, boy. But like I was trying to tell Babylon though, man, well, you come from a rough environment, boy. You come in aggressive like that, boy. You come from a rough environment, boy. You ain't used to a person just letting you go and all that, man. But I'm glad it worked out, man. Regardless of that though, I walked away with a lot. from all
Yeah,
sides. I walked away with a lot.
yeah, it was a good bill. It was comical, but it was good. Definitely
Right.
was a good bill. I
What
think
you
I
think
heard
about
it.
the numbers?
I think I heard OTK about 100 times last night.
Right, 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 man. I just was telling Straight Smoke that. I said straight, dog. Every time I think I can just chill, boy, oh boy. OTK, how you gonna let him talk to me like OTK? I'm like, hold on, y'all. Y'all got me in a weird position, man. I respect both of you. It's all good though, man. You know, somebody else called me today and say, boy, I don't know how you do it. Boy, you got some of the best patience I know, boy.
He was playing referee last night.
Right, right.
Yeah, but yeah, always it's a lot. It's a lot dealing with a lot of different personalities and having the ear to listen to them all.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah. So what you had to think about the numbers thing with Babylon, with the zero?
I think everybody has their own, everybody got their own understanding. I'm not one of those who will try to push just, one belief, one thought system on anyone. I'm
Right.
always like, if I'm like this, handle your scandal. If it's working for you, let it work for you.
Uh-huh.
But don't try to come and push something on me because it's never going.
Right. I think it was very interesting to me. You know what I mean? I mean, because when I think about it, when I'm doing math or whatever like that, and you doing that type of math like that, you got to be on something else in order to think the way that you think.
So you gotta be
You're
on
kind of
something else.
yes, no, I'm talking about like on a whole different wave path as far as numbers, in order to
Mhm.
even come up with that concept, because that's not no different than somebody coming up with geometry or naming it geometry, or the people who came up with geometry,
Mhm.
arithmetic, calculus. You know what I mean? All the algebra. It ain't no different. It had to start from somewhere.
Yeah. I
So
mean, if
that's why
it's
I
if
like.
it's working for him and if he's able to, implement it in real time, then I'd say go for it. We're
Right.
never supposed to stop creating. We're always supposed to create. So if we get that divine thought to, create something else, then that's what we should be doing.
Right. And if I'm not mistaken, man, I think they was laughing yesterday when he was like he's a math teacher or something.
Mhm.
I truly believe that he is a teacher though. For real. Math teacher or something like that for real.
He kind of sound like Mr. Clark. He might be a math teacher.
I- uh,
Oh my
oh
goodness.
wow. Carla said my family helped to write uh
7-part code book of law today. Only Louisiana has the laws in the book. Yeah, Louisiana, it's the only state that still utilize what they call quote unquote the Napoleonic laws, or the Napoleonic code is extremely different from every other state and commonwealth.
right. Yeah, because that would be Napoleon. That's crazy. Never been there. That was crazy. He laughing at that Mr. Clark dude. That's him right there, Babylon Don. That's him right there. He a good brother though, man. He a good brother though.
Indeed. Yeah, but yeah, we're gonna make sure that Mama Chief and the family is, supported and get what they need. These are definitely hard and trying times, especially when something like this occurs.
Yeah,
So,
I kind of feel awkward because I don't know how to feel. I mean, I don't, I know how to feel, but I don't know how to feel when I'm talking to her. Like, what can I tell? What can I say to her? But all right, I'll be here for you. I mean,
Yeah.
what can I really say to help her feel better, knowing I didn't go through nothing like that? You know, you understand what I'm saying?
Only thing we can do is just listen, be a listening ear. When she says she needs something, just be there. You see what I'm saying? Because none of us if we never went through this type of situation, there is nothing that we can say but just be there. And a lot of times that goes, you know, farther than trying to make excuses and trying to come up with ideas and all those different things, but just being there. When she says she need boots on the ground, we boots on the ground. When she says she need us to just listen, we just listen. you know um like I said, this is a very, very hard time. Everybody should be looking at this and getting their families in order. Should definitely be getting your families in order. If you don't get anything out of this situation, that should be the thing that everyone is doing right now, is getting your family business in order.
So me, sorry, yeah, but that's what me and straight. That's what me and straight smoke was talking about yesterday, man. I mean earlier today. Um, Getting your house in order, man. If you don't start at home, how in the hell can you help somebody else?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So yeah, that's what we was talking about earlier today, man. Like it got to start there. Um, and like you said though, man, it's a serious time, and it's crazy because I had said something that day or that morning when I got on the phone. I mean, I was like, man, I don't even know how I feel. I was like, man, to some of us, it don't hit you until it happens to you. And I
Mm-hmm.
said, man, I feel like this happened to me because, you know what I mean, how we are. And,
Yeah, it
her,
happened to all of us. It's not, what I'm saying,
I,
like when something like this happens, it did this, the time that we spend, you know, um, working individually, the time that we spend coming together, on the different platforms, it should put each and every one of us in another mind state that, this is serious business. It's not anything to play with. So when people come on here and they disrespect, who you are, who your ancestors were, it just hit different.
yeah, it does. It does. It does. And no, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. It'll take you to a place where you don't want to go. I mean, damn, we already got to deal with this on a day to day basis. With immigrants, and I ain't
Hmm.
talking about the ones who coming now.
Right.
Um, we already got to deal with that on a day to day basis, and now people that look complexion is like mine.
Hmm.
I got a problem with you, just like that bill that we did today called America's Other Sin. So America's Other Original Sin. I must
Hmm.
keep that original in it. You know what I mean? It was crazy. Like the same things. Straight that read a piece of the work for me, and he was like, "Damn, that sounds like the same shit that's going on today." It's crazy. We talking about the 1600s, 15, 16, 1700s, and this man can refer to that as in what he see today.
Yeah, it's nothing. It's really nothing new under the sun.
And that's
Everything that
crazy
we're
though.
going through is the same thing we've been going through.
Well, it don't have to be new. It don't have to be new, right? But it should be something different. We could make something different up underneath the sun. So people are always looking for new. Maybe new is not supposed to be first. Maybe working on the old stuff and making the old stuff better first might turn into something new.
Hmm.
That's crazy, man. Shouts out to Cosmo. He came back in the night too, man. Happy birthday too, man, to you again, brother. You know what I mean? He came through Cosmo. Y'all make
Happy
sure y'all
birthday,
go over,
Cosmo.
make sure y'all go over there, subscribe to this channel, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, Cosmonians. You know what I'm saying? That's the era we in now. That's what he said. We in the Cosmon era. What's going on, Alabama? What's up? How you doing? Peace and blessings. Good morning.
OTK, my heart is heavy, and it's extremely disturbing for us to have these type of conversations. And before I try to address what I've been hoping to encourage you to do, Tamir Rice, Trayvon Martin,
Mm-hmm.
Laquan McDonald, I believe that was his name. The one that was most disturbing to me was the police shooting this young man in Chicago street, so much so he was spinning and pirouetting
Mm-hmm.
in
Yes.
the street.
Yeah. What they call that?
Rodney,
101 shots or something?
bro, if you,
Damn.
Amadou Diallo
Mm-hmm.
was shot at 47 times.
Mm-hmm.
About the one the police
Breonna Taylor killed in her own house, still no one charged for murder.
Mm-hmm.
Sandra Bland, I'm not excluding you, my sisters. Sandra Bland pulled over while black, if we want to keep using that phrase. This is the unending situation and condition blackness gives the American.
Mm-hmm.
True? False? Yes? No? Maybe? And Tamir Rice playing with a BB gun on in a park,
Mm-hmm.
dead in 2 seconds, almost before the door was open on a police cruiser. Still no one has paid for that child's murder, execution. And dare I say Emmett Till at 14. How, when is enough enough? When is enough enough? I will do what I can to support Mama Chief. GoFundMe campaigns. Bro, I'm at a loss for words, OTK. The fact that this is constantly on a loop, seemingly unending. Not a single Native American ever shown to be in this situation in the history of lynchings, unalivings, state-sanctioned execution, and mass murder and genocide. Where is the chosen people, the small hat community? Where are they in silence? Where's the B'nai B'rith? Where's the Anti-Defamation League? Where's the Southern Poverty Law Center? When these things happen to the American, denigrated and defamed as the Negro colored black person, where are these people? Where are these organizations who have all used the Negro politically? Am I missing something?
Nah, you ain't missing nothing. Everybody else is. And I want to say, I ain't scared to say shit. I've been one of them. You know what I mean? But I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't think we'll never grow or get no farther until we heal this stuff ourselves amongst each other. See,
well, the terrible thing of it is, brother, this is probably another misguided Aboriginal that killed her nephew, right? And Atlanta is considered what? The Black Mecca? the memorialization of Martin Luther King, the dreamer, the nonviolent advocate, and we are dying of violence daily at our own hands. At our own hands. So it's kind of disrespectful on my part that the ones I mentioned, going back to Rodney King or going back to Dred Scott, whomever, is only commenting on the state-sanctioned murder, assassination, genocide. The Supreme Court of the land saying no rights do a black man have that a white man is bound to respect. So when that mindset is codified in law, is embedded in the consciousness of a society, what do you expect the person victimized by that to do other than to victimize him or herself? This is not an excuse. This is not me explaining it away. I'm actually just making what could be considered a scientific observation. You agree? You disagree, my sister, my brother?
I agree.
So how do we combat that? No, it's a terrible thing that my sister, our sister, is going to have to mourn and bury her nephew. How many more do we not hear of?
Who that? You talk about Mama Chief right now, Alabama?
Yes, because
Yes,
that's
it's her grandson. It's her grandson.
Her grandson.
Her grandson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's her grandson. And he was under disability.
Mm-hmm.
She said the police could have just run him down because he had a bad
But
leg.
again, we're talking about a race soldier, a state-sponsored so-called centurion who is hired by our tax money, Indians not tax, to protect and serve. Or are they to serve up dead Negroes? Which is,
and if it's Mama Chief grandson, that man been an Indian man, American. I'm you know what I mean, Aboriginal, American Indian, like how I said, but he was an Aboriginal. If that was Mama Chief grandson.
Oh, that's true. It should be corrected, but not because he is dead. He should be alive as an Aboriginal descendant of his Aboriginal grandmother.
So let me tell you like this, Alabama, and you probably would agree with me with this. The police know who everybody are in these towns like this. They see him every day. They know who they are.
You mean they know who they are by interaction? You mean that they know who they are by interacting with them, but I doubt very seriously if they know who we are as who we should be known.
I got you. Not know like that. But I'm saying, like, if I'm a police officer or whatever, and I'm driving my route every day, and I see the same person hitting this sidewalk every day, I know he's from there.
Right.
You see, just simple stuff like that. So why should I go at him harmful when I know he lives right there? See, these are the things that you just throw it out the window, man. And see, I look at little things like that. I look at little things like, dog, you shot in the back? Come on now. If it goes down
OTK,
like how I'm thinking, dog.
But here's the problem, OTK. You're asking a sensible question for a irrational mindset. When it comes to the N-word, whether I use that inflammatory word, or the Negro, that goes out the window. As far as the society is concerned, those are subspecies, right, my sister?
Mm-hmm.
So they are not due a modicum of respect or even acknowledgement. Hell, we see constantly they have more concern for dogs and cats, literally.
That's true.
Than one of our dead children. And we keep asking of ourselves, what more could we do? What more should we be doing at all with the regard of these demonic-minded people? Because what other can you explain that to be than to be demonic?
I really don't think that they need to hire out the military.
I think a lot of I want to also say this, right, because the sad part about it is really the self-hate, because most of the police, that's in our neighborhoods look just like us.
That is true. And I'm sure you've seen that iconic scene from Boys in the Hood, or from any movie that you can say that's been produced by black directors or filmmakers. Again, flag on the play, using the term black, that are that are denigrating to the image making of the American, known as a Negro. Are either of you familiar with Donald Bogle's book entitled Tom Coon's Mammies Pickaninny's Bucks? That documents the entire history of Hollywood, which is based exclusively on the image of the American Negro. And most people don't seem to actually know that historic fact. There is really only two archetypes in filmmaking and narrative storytelling: the hero and the villain, the protagonist and the antagonist. Yes.
Yep.
But what is the spectrum of the rest of the content of the narrative? Servants, slaves, bucks, pickaninnies, mammies. And Al Jolson made an entire institution called vaudeville off of blackface and singing that song, Mammy.
And don't forget the hobo. Don't forget to throw the hobo in there.
And don't forget Cream of Wheat Chef, Mr. Bojangles being the pet of Shirley Temple, a 5 or 6 year old child, blonde, blue haired. I mean, I'm going to be sounding like a broken record. That here again, we're lamenting over the extinguishing of a child, a young life ended all too soon and cast aside by a society who said, oh, that's just another dead end. So what? Next.
Well, peace to OTK, man. Shout out to the cleanup crew. Shout out to the SILs. Shout out to you, Alabama. We've never actually had a conversation. We've been around, in these YouTube streets, but we never actually had a conversation. But I love your passion, bro, and I love intelligent people, and it oozes off you, sir. And if nobody, and I know you a lot of times you be in here throwing pearls to swine to many people. I hate to say it. You know what I mean? You kind of be over a lot of people's heads sometimes. You know what I mean? But I just want you to tell you that it's people who watching and listening. You dig what I'm saying? So keep doing what you're doing, brother. But I want to give y'all this stat.
Only 7%. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, man, anytime.
Happy birthday.
You was talking about Alabama, right? He dropped off. He didn't even get to hear you, man. He dropped off by accident.
No, I'm here. I'm just listening. But before I forget, the thing that I wanted to encourage you, OTK, to consider a build on the immigrant parentage of Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. and Donald John Trump. Going into the final stages this summer of this fiasco, which some say may not turn into a presidential election,
Irish against
the
German.
American needs to know exactly who is the immigrant and how much an immigrant these foreigners are. But y'all got it.
Trump German, right? I know your boy Biden. He gave praises to his Irish people or whatever like that. I think it was his Irish bloodline. I'll look it up again though. But I remember seeing that when he was running for president the first time.
There's some interesting records that
Trump
have been
said what
unearthed
Trump
by
said.
the
Trump said he's from Europe somewhere. But shit, he ain't
well,
claiming that shit.
actually, his Scottish mother, ironically, got here
Scottish.
the same year in 1924 as the Racial Integrity Act and the Native American being given citizenship.
Shit, and at the end of the damn the Great Depression was during that time of just coming out of it, right?
Just about to go into it.
Thought it went into it in 1920. It went into it in 1924.
30s.
30s. Okay.
Yeah, but again, his mother, mail order bride, didn't get here till 1924. So he's barely a first generation anchor baby.
Just a little, just to add on to what the brother was talking about. Little FYI, only 7%, and this goes back to hinting to what OTK was saying too. Only 7% of cops nationally live in the neighborhoods they actually patrol. 7. So it is a problem when they don't know, because it's hard to kill. If you know Mama Chief personally, right, and you know this is her grandson, you would think twice before you shot at this man or even try to do anything wrong to him. But it is that there is this divide. You know what I mean? And then I don't want to even act like this the police doing anything to us is the biggest problem. It's us doing this to us.
But hold on, my brother. Let's just take this as a policy issue. Would not the first requirement of policing would be community? And what is the community that you've been hired to protect and serve? Why would you be outside of that community?
Well, if we going into policy
now, not about race,
now
not about
if we're
ethnicity.
going into policy, first thing is they don't make them. They don't make them. And the crazy part is, I've looked into this. They give them discounts on their homes if they buy their homes in the areas where they work, and they still don't.
And by the way, you do know they do that for teachers as well, and they still don't. So what does that say about the concept of redlining the American known as the Negro?
Well,
and then
it means
as black. And when you're packaged as black, are you familiar with the Black Tax written by Sean Rochester? He shows the condition of a black existence from cradle to the grave. For the Indian to not be taxed. But when you're black, there is a black tax. Hello?
Come in black codes. I can't deny anything you're saying. But Alabama was old enough to know that in the 1960s, that it would have been the police that was really our issue then, because black on black crime really didn't exist. We weren't hurting each other. The major thing that I see missing, well, first of all, before I say that, let me say this. My OGs told me a long time ago, right? And I learned it through life, that if you don't like the game or you don't like the rules, stop playing the game. It's really that simple. And also, I think the major ingredient that's missing in our communities, you know, besides communal living in 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 a whole itself, which is how we survived all these years. We always put everything in the pot. You know what I mean? When they destroyed our families, I would say late 60s, early 70s, you know, with citizenship. It tore those familial lines apart. You know what I mean? Pushed us all across the country also at the same time. You know what I mean? I think the major thing, and I think our people are waking up to this now. The major thing that is missing in our communities is love. We don't love ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody you can come up with a million ways to how this man did that, but don't know white people do shit to me. He got a system that works perfectly. Can't cry about it. You can't fix a system that ain't broke. My thing is, when you gonna stop playing the game? Stop crying. And when you playing the game, play the game how it's supposed to go, by the rules. And when you're not, step out and be something different. This is what these people are doing. They're wearing different hats in life at different times. You dig what I'm talking about? When it's time to be a tax guy, they know how to work the taxes. You see what I'm saying? Or like they say in the game, I got a friend. We don't have the first of all, we don't got no love, so we definitely don't have no trust. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, let's not even add in the wealth gap. You want to talk about redlining and what it did? Oh, it put us in a energy vortex called a ghetto, and it siphoned everything. You know what I mean? So I hope it just doesn't come to where we're forced to love on each other again. I hope we can come to this naturally, and that it doesn't take some type of calamity or the fall of the government or anything like that. Because that a lot of people, you know, they talk that shit, they talk that war stuff. But we not ready, and we should never do that. If war and death and more death is the outcome of whatever you trying to do something else. Remember, we have always been the moral backbone of this country. We can't turn into the monster that we hate. And that's what we doing. We like, what's the word? When a human eats a human, we're cannibals. We literally eat our young, or our young eat us. You know what I mean? I think we're going to get some love, though. And I think what everybody worried about is happening. I don't think that's going to happen. This is just what I personally think. You know what I mean? It's going to be all right, though. You know what I mean? It's going to be all right. You got to think about it. Think about this. Whether you believe in the Bible or history, or, you know, whatever it is, right? In these stories, right? These myths, these fables, these tales, there's always been a people who are described as us, really, who has been oppressed by a certain, whether it was Egypt, whether it was the Assyrians, where it was the Persian Medes, the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks. It didn't matter. Whoever it was, right? They don't exist anymore. and yet we here.
Good gas.
So, you know what I mean? I think we gonna chin up as a people. We gonna chin up, but that comes. But I gotta. The only thing that why I say people can still and you must still apply black, nigga, colored. Why you must do that is because at different points in times, your people were called different things. So this is why it was very important. It was very important, man. That I don't know why we didn't raise a stink about this shit when Obama took Negro out of the records.
Hold on, my brother. I have to pause you there because I said the same thing to Sharice when she stated that. I'm not disagreeing with none of what you said, but I'd like you to be a little bit more exacting in the language that we're using because the spells are being cast upon us and we're not breaking the spells with insightful responses. What he did was to prevent the usage of Negro in federal documents going forward. The ones that already exist still exist. Now, whether or not we're retrieving them before thieves like the Mormon Church, who's already sitting on billions of records worldwide without authority and consent. But we have many of them, whether we ignore it or not, our own documents, our birth certificates, our marriage certificates, our death certificates, deeds, driver's license, other things that have interacted with us personally through each of those timelines. And I wanted to share something for you to consider. Everything you're saying is accurate and correct, but we're talking about a complex thing that when you provide context and a timeline, people are dismissive of it or they try to use it to say you're explaining away when no, this is a multi-layered, complex thing that was done to an entire people simultaneously over centuries. But we won't address it en masse. It will be dealt with by each individual changing his or her behavior. And you already know that's a time-consuming process.
Facts.
But until the behavior is corrected, you can't, well, the mindset, first of all, is resolved. Identity crisis is real. Until that is addressed, and it is a mental issue, by the way, and I don't expect scientific responses, psychiatrists, sociologists, social workers, many of them so-called black, who are as worse off as black elected officials, black preachers, ministers, black so-called business people. They have the same mental psychosis. You follow me, brother?
Yep. Yeah.
So it's like the blind leading the blind right off the cliff. But until that mindset is addressed, how can you expect people to behave differently? You don't know better, so therefore you cannot do better. And this is not an excuse. It's not explaining away. You have to have a correct diagnosis before you can even start a treatment. We ain't even talking about a cure, but go ahead, brother, chop it up.
No, I agree with you. You know what I mean? There's got to be a lot of healing. You know what I mean? That's gonna be in a lot of coming on home for a lot of folks. You know, they've built their whole lives on identities that weren't theirs. You know, identities that were really given to them. You know, and they bought in. I heard a elder gentleman. I don't even want to say his name, but y'all gonna know who I'm talking about when I say it. Who had the gall to say that he was more intelligent than his grandmother.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I was gonna bring it up, but yeah, he
not only said, "I don't care what your grandmama said. I don't care what my
grandmother said." Yeah.
He had the mitigated gall. If I was listen, and it's a lot of that stuff that I'm sorry, Alabama, but I'm more of a solutions guy. You know what I mean? I want to recognize the problem, but yeah, I ain't gonna do no whole bunch of talking about it. I'm going to do something now that I know. You know what I mean? That's that knowing and doing, like you was just expounding on. A lot of people are going to have to die off. And
I believe that story you were referring. Oh, no. You don't have to lay hands or try to insinuate that someone should go and knock people off. But that scriptural mythological tale you were talking about was a certain people in the wilderness for 40 years for that dying off process to take place.
And I kind of see it, but I'm hoping, I'm praying that I see what I'm seeing correctly, and who dying off is not us, because it doesn't do color, it just does energy. You know
what those people, my brother, were defined as by Yahweh, Allah, the Almighty One in Scripture? You know what those people were defined as?
Go ahead, bro.
Stiff-necked.
Yeah.
A stiff-necked people. Now, these are people allegedly created by the Creator, who said they were hell on wheels to him. Now, the person you are describing is arrogance of ignorance. Willful? I don't know. If you even
many
give
times,
a person a pass,
many times, yes, willful.
Okay. Then that's borderline nefarious, is it not?
Yes.
And if I'm taking this book, he doesn't have to be named. I'm talking about him as an archetype. If Civilis Mortus, taught by Taj Tariq Bey, you know what I mean by that, these so-called grand sheiks and sheikesses of the Moorish Science Temple of America, or of that paradigm, says that black is dead in law, then how does anyone in jurisprudence, judge, lawyer, barrister, counselor, attorney at law, where do you start but at that? And the seminal case, I'll land my plane on this, brother, because the Dred Scott decision in 1850 said that no rights of a black man, quote unquote, is bound to be respected by a white man, quote unquote, neither of which exist in law, but both of which exist in what? A mental condition?
Yeah.
So how is that going to be undone, my good brother? Because whiteness doesn't penalize people who are deceived and deluded into thinking they are white. But whether you think you are black or not, I'm telling you, whether you've gotten that book or not, I would request that you consider it being in your archive of your library, because any person who accepts or refers to him or herself as black should get that book and understand the black taxed existence you will live in, and resign yourself to it and shut the hell up. Otherwise, you cannot be unchallenged in handing that over to children and grandchildren, a death sentence before they start their life. I don't know, just an observation, but y'all got it.
Well, okay. That's a lot, just breaking it down, being pointed, like you said. Those are a lot of things to address. Well, first of all, you would have to address the whole black-white thing. And being that it's a mind state, but yet it works in law, it must work untacitly. So you must not know you're agreeing to something. Now, waking people up to that alone, that black has nothing to do with skin color, nor does white, and that your ancestors were in many times, especially in the mid 1800s, I found this a couple times, are written as white, W, brown skinned people. You dig what I'm talking about? Copper colored Americans are
would
called
you mean
white because
WIGHT? Would you mean WIGHT?
well, it could be that, but it could be white as in European Christian you know, citizen.
Now that would
Could
be the
be,
Naturalization Act of 1790.
yeah,
If we're
and
going to reference
it could be that
citizenship.
simple. You know what I mean? It could be just that simple. But many times, our brown ancestors, I've seen this on my record many times that I've seen in a 30-year span, one woman turn from white to colored to Negro in 30 years. And we got a picture of her, and she cocoa brown. So, you know, we got to first of all get that understanding that white don't
Well, I just
mean
read.
skin color.
We should
You
know
know what I
that.
mean?
Well, not
Yeah,
yeah. People need
yeah.
to find that out. I'm gonna say it like that. People need to find that out because from that article we read today about America's original sin, other original sin, it said in there how a European could have had a baby by an indigenous woman. That child would be able to inherit slaves and the land.
Mm-hmm.
And his name is James Vaughn or John Vaughn. It was a daddy and a son. And he ended up owning like 400 to 800 acres. But like you said, on the census, classified as white.
Yep. Because he's in a certain tax status. He is a full citizen. That means he can go to the court. He can get, you know.
I think because he's mixed with them.
Yeah. No.
So my grandmama is a mulatto, but she's a mulatto that's mixed with European. They call them the brass ankle peoples here.
And that's such a broad term, European. Because instantly in our mind we think white boys, blonde hair, blue eyed, straight out the north.
No, not us though. Not us.
Not us.
No, not us.
But you know what I mean? That it's crazy how that. But that's like mental. It's like conditioning. It's like literally we've been conditioned. You know what I mean?
You're absolutely correct.
But we know there were Negro peons, and we already know King James himself. And matter of fact, he did not refer to himself as a Jacobite. He referred to himself as Jacob.
Huh?
Now, this is the author of the same Holy Bible that's put white enslavement in the minds of an entire people on their own land, converting them to cargo from a foreign land. And thinking all pale-skinned people who brought Christianity to them are their masters. Are we still in 2024 looking for that white savior?
Well, I got some more stuff, man. Y'all stay tuned to this bill that I'm doing about American Indian slavery, because I got something in the works about that, about how they converted to Christianity to take them out of the slave trade.
Yeah.
And then that got revoked. So what I keep trying to tell people is the dumb verses, it got used, but it didn't get used to the extent in the Caribbean, like how it got used in them islands. Them boys pillaged those islands in South America. They pillaged those places. But when they got to North America, dog, they seen it wasn't going to be that easy. So, and then the French, English, and British came here. The Spanish didn't really get up in here. They tried, but that they got ran up out of here. So they didn't come with the Bible per se trying to use the dumb verses. They came with the Bible like convert. And you should be saved from slavery.
Yeah, they was using eminent domain though too. You know what I mean? Down from dumb diverse is just another way to wiggle in.
Right. You know, because they was different people. That's why though. You know what I mean?
Correct.
But remember
they came
how
with
the
that.
monarchy was established by the Pope as the Godhead. And the Pope Godhead was authorizing monarchs put on the throne across Europe. And the monarchs were considered the lords of the land, right?
Well,
and majority of those monarchies, the people were peons, serfs, and servants. There were no citizens. They were all subjects.
You gotta understand. Your boy Constantine put it down since the Council of Nicaea. It had been working since then. It's evil. It's criminally evil, right? It's criminally evil, but it's ingenious. He pacified people with religion.
Hey, but at least one thing I can give him credit. Shit, he converted first. So he led by example. He converted first.
Well, when you hear the story, shit, you know what I mean? You a weak-spirited man, you don't know how to test the spirit. Yeah, you can have this vision. And an angel will come down to you and tell you some shit, and you go fight a nigga and kill a nigga, and you get what I'm talking about. Yeah, you will start praising that nigga, but at the same time, you didn't even honestly know everything that was going on. You still had Mithridaic Roman ideology written right into your triumph arch. You did what I'm talking about. He thought he was Mithridates, not
but
Jesus.
Don't forget, my brother, they were weaving pagan, heathenistic, mythological, Socratic, philosophical, metaphysical, whatever you want to call it, but they put it on the vicar of God.
Listen, they're straight out of the Flavians too.
That's the Pope.
The very first Pope is a Flavian.
Well,
he is the vicar of Christ.
Yeah, you go. And once that authority, I'm using air quotes, that authority was established for the state religion, Catholic means the universal church.
Facts.
That's what Catholic means.
Yeah.
So once the emperor of the Roman Empire was authorized by the Pope, all monarchies flowed from that going forward.
But here's the trick. The very first Pope is a Flavian. He is the Roman emperor.
That's the one
they're the same people.
Ptolemy, right? That's the one who turned Ptolemy into a pharaoh, a phony pharaoh, right?
No. That Ptolemy is under Alexander.
Hold on, listen to what I'm saying now. Listen, maybe I asked that wrong. Ptolemy went around burning up temples because he wanted to be known as a god, a pharaoh, right? This Pope that you're talking about, this first Pope, wasn't he in Egypt?
You talking about the Pope? Well,
that's where the Gnostic. I mean, that's where the Coptic shit comes in at, right?
Yeah, right around that time. Yes.
Ethiopian, Coptic, and supposedly the first 3 African popes, etc., etc., etc.
Them niggas ain't African and Christian.
I'm using for the language for contemporary time. Because the Ethiopian Coptic supposedly predates the Catholic Universal Church. But
no, it doesn't.
Cook, brother. Y'all cook.
It doesn't. And then Exana is
the. It wasn't no Catholic church out then. Islam was out, but it wasn't no Catholic church then.
It wasn't no Islam yet. Islam yet. This is 347.
Hold on. Oh, there was Muslims. It might not have been no Islam, but there was Muslims. Because they came into Africa before Alexander.
But when you're calling a Muslim, we got this terminology that we keep going in and out of without a timeline to show comparison. But Saracens, pagans, infidels, and unbelievers. We understand that comes into the first millennium. So between 1000, the Norman conquest, Manifest Destiny, which comes out of the Magna Carta, 1066, with King John and this landlord shit that they overthrew him because he passed it to the Pope, if you will. But he's going back to Constantine, which is the Council of Nicaea in 325.
Right.
So when did they come to be? When did Muhammad come to be? 700, 800, 900?
No, Muhammad is 625. He drew the sword for so-called Allah, who is really Gabriel. But he drew the sword for him at the Battle of
Stay right there. Stay right there, because remember the Khazarian Empire in 700 chose between Catholicism, Judaism, and Islam, correct? So they had to exist for this so-called Khazarian emperor to make a choice from these three wise philosophies. Right. So by the year 700, and isn't it ironically in 711, what did the Moors say that they had done? Entered into Europe for 7 centuries.
Yeah. But we got to remember the Catholics, or what becomes Christianity, right, is a hodgepodge. Go ahead, bro. It's a hodgepodge of bootleg religion, of all these religiosities, and was put together.
Remember, what was the Roman Empire? These vagabonds, nomads,
they believe in God,
barbarians across what we call the steppes of the Caucasus Mountain until the British Isles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
So what were the belief systems until the institution of the so-called Holy Roman Empire?
They believed in gods and sacrifices. They believed in more than one god and sacrifice. And they believed in pillaging and savagery. That's what the hell they was doing. They stayed in wars and stayed fighting over that motherfucker for plenty, for damn near eternity. Seemed like them motherfuckers was fighting since they came into history.
You got and remember, since roughly 480 BC, Mithraism had been pushed into Europe from Persia. You dig what I'm talking about? This is what the Romans actually practiced. The mystery Roman religion is Mithraism.
So that's like a form that has parts of Hindu in it.
Well, it's Persian. It's got its own thing. It's more Zoroastrian. You dig what I'm talking about? It's more Zoroastrian.
Two competing empires, the Ottoman Empire and the Holy Roman Empire, crossing swords at Byzantium, right? Which becomes Constantinople or Istanbul, right?
Well, that's much later. That's much later. That's with Constantine. That's with Constantine. That's 325. We about 480 right now. We back when Xerxes is coming to, you know what I mean? Because he actually won.
Yeah, I'm saying the Persians would lead into the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah.
This has then become a competing force with the Roman Empire.
Well,
so those are the Roman, two competing empires in those 2 to 3 centuries, let's say.
But the Ottomans were, if I'm not mistaken,
we're to believe the Moors. The Moors came out of Arabic, Turkic, Ottoman Muslims, right?
Mm-hmm.
By way of leaving North Africa, going to Spain, backwards to the Russian steppes of the Caucasus Mountain for 7th century. Again, I'm only repeating shit I heard. You brothers can correct this old nigga in my error. But by this time, we have a waning. I'm just making an observation. We have a waning Ottoman Empire, and we have the Holy Roman Empire coming to grips with competing with the Moors over 7 centuries, and the Sephardics and the Huguenots, the so-called Ish people, are claiming to be the descendants of these European versions. You feel me? So all this stuff is melding at the same time, but we're over here, oceans away from this crap.
They don't know nothing about us. And we don't know shit. We don't know shit about
Well,
them.
Creator said, I don't know if you believe in the Creator, Alabama, and I don't want to push anything on anybody, but the Creator said he created the world wisely, right? And to keep man from interfering with man, other men from interfering with the people in America. He said, I put vast oceans between them, and to prove man he has to be in a group, and he has to have all these things together, because he can't do it by himself. There is no one man that's about to do nothing on the Atlantic. You know what I mean? So
except for one thing, except for 1790, we have been protected by these vast natural boundaries, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, for a long time, yeah.
Until we did what? Accommodate
gave
since the
identity to somebody
14th
else.
century. From the 14th century or the 1300s to 1400s, we've allowed what to be invading amongst us?
Immigrants.
What? That's complicated. You know what I mean? Because you got to remember, man, we is a spiritual people. So they came with the Bible in one
the
hand.
Aboriginal and the American Indian. That means they're trying to say that African Americans, they ain't trying to, but they're saying that we are all immigrants. So they got just as much right to this land as we do, which I'm just putting myself in we as we're talking right now. But shit, that ain't me.
Okay, so you know, now OTK, not just the fallacy of such a narrative. You know this whole bullshit they kept pushing about this was the wilderness and it's the new world, right?
Yeah, right.
A vast, unoccupied territory, just waiting for the age of exploration and discovery. However, at the same time, you see how niggas talk out of both sides of their neck? They allegedly exterminated the inhabitants of this land, which two things can't be equally true. Right. Two things can't be equally true. First, it's uninhabited and a vast wilderness and wasteland. Or two, we exterminated the inhabitants of an uninhabited land. Now, the next thing, that two things can't be equally true. You either succeeded in depopulating this uninhabited land, then how do you explain the fucking Native American, which cannot prove, most of them cannot prove they are, and first of all, their origin story, whether it's the land bridge from Siberia or not, and cannot prove themselves to be the descendants of the supposed exterminated people. And if the people were not exterminated, who are the survivors? You see how the shit don't make sense? It don't add up.
Yeah, that's how they. That's
you know what? But
that's how they want it to be, man. They want us to, and it's crazy, man. It took me. Well, it didn't take me because I didn't know. But like I'm glad I teach my kids them now, so they ain't got to worry about having to dig up and go. They're gonna be looking for other shit. They're gonna be trying to come up with a game plan to figure out how to get things back on track. And they started with us around here with the military. When they brought that military base here, boy, listen, talk about
excuse me.
Different people from around the world coming here.
Oh, thank you.
Immigrants to bless you, yeah. But
you know what though? You know what? I believe they tell the lie, right? Not only to steal the land and all that, that's a given. But they're hiding a history. I can't say I know this, but boy, it sit right in my stomach when I say it. Boy, listen, the thing is, there is a history here that has been buried, literally buried. When we find out that these cities are sitting over tops of cities, that okay, a thing that gave it away for me. This is one thing that gave it away for me. I said it blew my mind. I'm looking into the Beaver Wars, right? And the last sachem of war chief, or whatever you want to call him, of the Iroquois that was fighting against the French at the time. You know what I mean? During the Beaver Wars. He died at 95, 96 years old, right? The last war chief. He died around 1650-ish. He was born in 1555. Guess what his name was? This kind of gave it away for me, that it's something going on that they not telling us, right? Guess what his name was? Black Train. In 1555, you were called Black Train? What are you talking about? There are no trains, quote unquote, in 1555, especially not in 1650 neither. So right then and there, I said, wait a minute. wait a minute.
And we already know that word is associated with transportation. Whether you want to call it a locomotive, whether you want to call it a subway, it's on a track somewhere, and a train is going from destination to destination, right?
That's the root
but
of the transportation.
When you mentioned the Beaver Wars, are you familiar with the history of John Jacob Astor?
It sounds very familiar.
Scion of building Manhattan off of
say it
beaver
again.
pelts.
Say it
John
again.
Jacob, if you can pull it up, maybe OTK, John Jacob Astor.
Oh, yes.
A-S-T-O-R.
Yes. It's crazy. I'm watching a series on Netflix that's where it ties right in with that, with the Astor guy.
And based on beaver
What
pelts.
you watching, Cosmo?
Dang, what's the name of it? It got my man Jason Momoa in it, and he a Indian. You dig what I'm talking about? He an Indian in there. And they're you know, the French and the British are coming over here. They like killing the Indians, like really trying to take the land, and then you know they got to cut deals with certain people to get in there, or they'll get killed, and you know what I mean. It's hostile. It's hostile. It's not what you would think it would be.
It sounds kind of like Mel Gibson's Apocalypto shit.
Now that shit was hard. That Apocalypto was off the chain.
Yeah.
That's the first people of South America and shit, the islands over there, man. That shit was off the chain.
But here's the thing, though, OTK. If you just bring it up quickly there to underscore what he's saying, how Manhattan in New York was built off of this one land speculator who got his wealth off of beaver pelts. If you remember those top hats, Cosmo.
Mm-hmm.
It was set throughout Europe, the economy just off beaver pelt. Remember, we're not even talking about bison, sheep with wool. There's other textiles that would come from fur trading.
Mm-hmm.
But the way in which they decimated the beaver population, man, is just fucking unreal, brother.
But we did that.
I'm not disputing that. I'm saying what they're claiming is the cornerstone, the building of New York City. Get a rope.
Who they get it? Well, who they get it from? They got it from the Iroquois.
Wasn't that old dirty bastard them peoples?
He was the Shinnecock.
The Shinnecock.
ODB is Shinnecock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He more towards Manhattan.
That's Central Park. My bad. That's Central Park.
Yeah, he more towards Manhattan and over there, Long Island, all that way. That's where the Shinnecock was. But all the rest of that land.
He just said
all the rest, right? Yeah.
What's the word?
Yeah. No, but
Alabama just said Manhattan. He was like,
yeah.
Okay. Okay, all right. I want to make sure.
But what they're gonna do is how they transition the story through identity theft. But what I'm saying to you, when you look into an individual like a John Jacob Astor, when you look at how they lifted Vanderbilt up over railroads and turned it into real estate with lavish hotels, when you look at John David Rockefeller and Standard Oil, all of which are direct theft of land, mineral rights, oil, gold, etc. The beaver trade, you see what I'm saying? That's all based on how they transition these false narratives as defined in American, now applied to the European.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
My thing, and I was watching I forget what documentary I was watching, right? And
before I forget, sorry, Cosman, I don't want to cut your wisdom. Bro, if y'all haven't seen Exterminate All the Brutes, it's unfortunately on HBO. If you have HBO Max app, pull that up and put that in your archives. That goes all over everything we're saying, from dumb to versus, soup to nuts, chapter beginning and end, and shows how imperialism, colonialism was worldwide and starting off the American, called the Negro. But go ahead, brother. Cook. Exterminate All the Brutes by Raoul Peck. A Cuban Congolese Negro, by the way.
Cuban Congolese?
Yeah.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's cool.
Sound about right.
I shouldn't be surprised, man, because
yeah. Don't be.
I'd like to let y'all boy talk, because a lot of stuff I don't talk about, because I want to bring it out when I do my bills, because it's I already got it already set up to go. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna bring it out in there. But yeah, I got them boys. I got them too.
Mm-hmm.
Who came across free.
Mm-hmm. And you got to remember, your boy Fidel went over there a couple of times helping folks out. So they had a open pipeline for a while.
But you've got to understand, this is not a marketing tool. Exterminate All the Brutes was the cornerstone of what was called the white man's burden. And some of the things that came out of that was the Brussels and the Berlin Conference, when they carved up the so-called African continent in 1880, 1884.
Mm-hmm.
So Exterminate All the Brutes transitions into kill the Indian, save the man.
Yeah. What I was about to say was, I was watching a documentary, right? And it was crazy, because I had to rewind it a couple times. What is the name of that? Because they had some niggas that was laying the tracks down to go west, right? But they wasn't laying the tracks down, they was digging them up. They was digging the tracks up. Man, listen, man. I think, man.
What the name of that is, man? You can't give up all that stuff. You can't give up all that right there and don't go know the name. And you in the house probably?
Yeah, I'm in the crib.
Yeah, OTK. All you gotta do is just hold on 1 sec. Just give me a second. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, that's all it take you.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Say no more.
Happy birthday again, bro. You know
my baby, man. I'm lit.
I was with you 2 o'clock this morning. I'm with you 2 o'clock.
Oh, wait a minute. You talking about another born day?
Yeah, man.
Traverse and orbit the solar system?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, brother, being above ground.
That's right, man. It's a blessing. I'm just glad to be here.
Hey, Kyle, happy birthday, bro.
Oh, man. Thank you, man.
Yeah, that's
happy birthday, bro.
That's my boy.
That's real walkie-talkie.
Your mic kind of low.
That's real walkie-talkie.
Yeah. Happy birthday, bro.
Man, my dog, what's going on, bro?
Man, real
Peace,
walk
man.
talk.
Hey, and I thought that was interesting, man. My thing is, right, when you come into new information, you kind of, it makes you look at or take a different reevaluation of what you
The last
thought you
manhunt?
knew.
What's it called? The last manhunt?
I don't think so.
Somebody put that in the chat, or maybe that might be another movie. Jason Momoa or Momoa, The Last Manhunt. I'm about to write that down.
No, it's on Netflix. It's called and it's damn, what's dude name? Hold on, let me turn this shit. And dude, he's a historical character. You dig what I'm talking about? And he was basically like I don't even know what you call a dude. He was almost like a pirate. You know what I mean? But he had a little rider crew with him, you know what I mean? And they had to deal with him. They had to deal with him because he was.
Now, is it an infamous one like Blackbeard or Sir Walter Raleigh?
No, hold on. I'm gonna tell you, dude. Now, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I'm doing a bill on that too. The matter of fact, Cosmo, you've been there. You've been there, man. When we did that bill on the what's going on with your turtle clan abuse. You know what I mean? Not turtle gang. We don't want to get you mixed up. Turtle clan. That's my dog right there, V Brew, man. Yeah. Oh, Cosmo, he was telling you.
Yeah.
What's good, my G?
Oh man, hold on, like a hubcap, man. I'm somewhere around Pluto right now. You dig what I'm talking about? I'll catch up with y'all tomorrow. You know what I mean? When I touch back down.
Hey, Kai, I wanted to ask you this though, man. What you been reading on though, bro? What you been reading on lately?
I've been reading. What do I got? Of course, I've been reading that. Something different. But I've been reading the Book of Lamech of Cain.
Okay. All right.
I've been reading that. What else I've been into lately?
Talk about Othello. Talk about Othello.
No, Owaski.
Oh no.
I've been reading the lost history of the little people. You dig what I'm talking about? The mound builder stock.
Yeah. You find any charity in that book?
Yeah, man. They got the what do they call them? They got a name for them. Not Mikasuki. It's
something like
they got a little. They got a
not the Micmac. You're not talking about the Micmac.
Not the Micmac.
No. It's they got a name for them. The Cherokees call them the Moon Eye people.
Yeah, they say they got power.
I'm reading the
Moon Eye people. Oh, you talking about the
Moon Eye people.
Yeah, you talk about the ones that didn't really like daytime but could see at night real good.
Right.
They say they were like some of the first inhabitants of the land.
They say those are the mound builder stock. Mm-hmm. They lived underground.
Let me ask you this, bro. Have you ever been down at Cahokia, down to the mounds of Cahokia?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I've been to a bunch of mounds, man. Cahokia is different. I could imagine. And then what we see is just a piece. That's just a piece of what was there. That thing, they blew Cahokia up. They used to have to blow it up with dynamite to try to break that stuff down. That shit's so old.
Yeah.
Man, some of that stuff at Cahokia probably...
That's where they get some of the skeletons.
60,000 years old, bro.
That's where they get some of the skeletons from, right?
Yeah. And I believe that's why they start blowing it up. Because I don't see if there's a mound, right, and somebody is buried in it, that's because later in time, later in time, after the inhabitants were no longer there, their descendants buried people in there in honor, or just later, even later than then, in honor of, you know, keeping that reputation there, they built little like mounds and buried the people in them. You dig what I'm talking about? But that's not what the mounds were for. They were entrances. They were entrances to to cities. Yeah, to a whole underground. I've been reading have y'all heard the Lost Book of King Og?
King Og was he was in the scriptures in Deuteronomy 3 and 9.
Well, he got a whole book. Did you know that?
Yeah. I'm familiar.
And dig this.
Major characters out the book got separate books. Those was some of the non-canonicals, right?
Yeah, and this one was hid in the Vatican to a priest who became a faithist. You dig what I'm talking about? He was a priest first, and he got the stuff, and then he became a faithist, and he released all this shit. His name's Jim Dimon, and the Lost Books of King Og. It's a crazy read, but it speaks on in the book. Y'all ever heard of the Titanomachy? You know, or the 100,000 giant war.
Yeah, King Og, he deal with giants.
He's a Raphaim. But he's a man. He's a regular man. He's just a big man. And the only difference between a Raphaim and a Nephilim, they're not angels or none of that, nor are they in sense fallen. You dig what I'm saying? Like that. They would be why Nephilim? First of all Nephilim are Raphaim. All of them. It's like saying Raphaim is like saying Negro or Indian. It's a blanket term for a very large people. That's all it is, right? And out of some of them, one great king who named Og, who lived more in the north, and one named Nimrod, who lived in the south. They were bros. They knew each other, and Og looked up to Nimrod, but he took his people to circumcision, right? And hence became fallen away from the old ways of Baal and all that stuff. And now they're Nephilim. And bro, it just makes so much sense. But anyway, what I wanted to say about it was in the 100,000 giant war, in the Lost Books of King Og, they name all the giants and how many giants they brought with them, and or their war machine, what it was, what they did, all that. Bro, it's like 4 of them from America, and the biggest one is called Atlan. You know, America's the land of the
hold on, bro. When you say from America, you talking about in the United States, or you talking about in North America overall, or you talking about the United States?
I'm talking about from both spots, because it says there. One is from 2 of them are from the hottest spot. That's Death Valley. You dig what I'm talking about? The hottest spot. This is Atlan, the great king of Atlantis. He was what they're saying. I'm not saying that it's real. I'm just saying that this is what they're saying in the book. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not asking you to believe it. You dig what I'm saying? I don't care what you believe. I'm just saying I don't believe it. But it's interesting to know that 3 to 4 of the great captains that actually went to the war and fought on King Og's side, right? They fought on his side. You do, and they won. But these were some real terrible dudes. Outline was and they was dreaded. They had dreads. That was crazy. And it's 3 of them from over here in the Americas. You dig what I'm talking about? Two of them got dreads and one of them is bald head. You know what I mean? And they one is outline. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me see if I can. You know what I mean? Go ahead, cause it break down each one and what they did and
That sounds like an offshoot of Enoch story.
well, you gotta understand.
Enoch described all of them in Enoch books. He described all of them boys.
Yeah, they come a little time after Enoch would have been on the earth. He come. You got to remember, this is the time of Noah. This is
Right.
this is 22,553 BC.
Ain't that Noah? Ain't that Enoch grandson?
Noah would be like, yeah, they like great grandson or something like that.
Didn't Enoch? Don't some people got a story say that Enoch he came to Noah and told him that he was gonna that a big wave was gonna come, and in that same story, I think Ham stayed and tried to stay up on the island, but he ended up drowning or something like that. In that story, I gotta remember who got that story. I want to say it's not the town. I gotta figure out who got that story again. But yeah, I heard a story like that too. You never heard the story?
Something like that.
Something like it. Yeah, I'm paraphrasing. Man, it's been so long. I'm paraphrasing.
I'm trying to find.
I heard a story something like that, right? About the. I heard when I was researching about the Giants. I even ran across a story that said the Giants was over here after the war, after everything flooded. They say this is why the earth flooded. Because this was the only way they could kill the Giants. Because they started eating everybody or whatever, like how the story goes. But they say the Giants came over here to America, North America.
They was already here.
Right. But they saying that they came over here and these was the last of the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
And say that this Indian tribe, I can't remember what tribe it is, but they killed the last of them. They used to be cool with them at first, but then they
start eating them.
They start eating them. So when they killed them, they say they were so big that they had to build mounds, throw dirt on top of them rather than putting them underneath the ground like they normally would do. I mean, it was a fiction story though, but
yeah,
who's to say it is fiction? Because some of these mounds ain't.
Man, listen. Even the greatest, myth doesn't mean lie.
Damn sure don't.
Myth doesn't mean lie. And how many myths that they thought was myths that they found out that were actually true?
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm talking about? So
it's no longer a myth. Now it's a fact.
And then we can't act like our stories weren't told mouth to ear too. You know what I mean? They would much of that stuff wasn't written down till much later, and by that time our stories was dumb old. We getting the repackaged, re-rock versions. You know what I mean? That's why most people think Noah is a man. Noah ain't no man.
No straight drop. Boy, giving up.
I'm trying to find this thing.
Cosmon.
It's a mountain called Sleeping Giant near New York, and ancient Indian myth was the twin giants battled the Thunderbirds. Okay.
Before my signal drops, because I'm way the hell out in the boondocks, I wanted you to elaborate on something you mentioned earlier. We kind of been going in a stream of consciousness circle. You made a statement about that well, you can't declaratively state that but you highly suspect certain knowledge, historical facts are purposely hidden. Now, if we only focused on the Ohio Valley, there's barely a portion of this continent that already has tens of thousands of mounds I think
Mm-hmm.
the other brother was telling you to look at Cahokia, for example, which is more along the Mississippi Delta. And the other purposeful hiding in plain sight and in the public record of the Smithsonian and the Grand Canyon. I would say those two examples alone, maybe you could elaborate on that before my signal drops here. I wanted to bring you back to thinking on those two aspects.
On the say it again. You kind of.
If you only focused on the Ohio Valley, there's more than tens of thousands of mounds just in and
Yeah.
around the Ohio Valley. And the purposeful public suppression of the Grand Canyon through the Smithsonian. I just wanted you to kind of think on those two things and maybe elaborate on it as enough evidence to know that there's suppressed history about the American.
Yeah. Especially up here in the north, when you don't unless you're doing some research, you wouldn't know that there are more mounds in Michigan and Ohio than shit damn near everywhere else. I could put just what's in Michigan and just what's in Ohio against all of the others. The biggest megaglyph besides the ones in Nazca in Nazca in the South are in Ohio. They never get talked about. Many times what happens is, especially over here in America, those things were old and they had trinkets and gold and bodies reburied into these things as sepulchers when they weren't sepulchers at first, but when they were out of use for 1,000 years, then they get repurposed. One of the great things that they're hiding about the Grand Canyon is that they won't readily admit that it used to be a sea there. There was a whole sea.
Yeah, that's when you see them old. That's when you see them old maps with California broken off, right?
You know what? There's a lot to be said about that, but I think the sea was more east of the Rockies. You dig what I'm talking about? And science has already proved that it was there.
I got you.
Yep, you see what I'm saying? And really, that's started.
Essentially, you're saying an inland sea, but a lake of a huge proportion.
It was definitely
more
a
so
sea.
than Lake Superior and all the lakes up there around Michigan that you're talking about.
All the Great Lakes.
Yeah. It was massive. It was, and then the reason why you see a lot of the mounds in the north, Great Lakes region, even more than in the Mississippi Valley, the whole Mississippi. You can take the whole one, Cahokia on down. There are more mounds than just Ohio. Is once you look at what was called it happened after meltwater Base Post 1 is called Base Post 1. When the Laurentine ice sheet melted, it dumped massive amounts of water into Middle America. You dig what I'm talking about in the Midwest and from Canada, and it connected like around Tennessee. You see what I'm saying? So there was a pocket from like Wisconsin to Michigan and Indiana, Ohio, parts of Illinois that weren't swallowed by these massive lakes that for thousands of years, not lakes, but rivers, massive rivers that ran for thousands of years in Middle America, from dumping water from the Laurentine ice sheet in Canada all the way to the Caribbean. I mean, dumping water. But there were still in those areas great civilizations. And I got a hint. I just got a that it has to do with the mountain. I think we're not looking at it right. I think the mountain was a structure and people lived in it. It's just dilapidated and it's old and it's been battered and it's raised up much higher than it was at the time. You know what I mean? The reason you'll never get into a lot of these places is what's called DUMBs, deep underground military bases. And everywhere there's a DUMB, you're going to find UNESCO. They block these places off. You will get shot and killed, jailed, trying to go into these UNESCO spots, these what they call heritage areas. Really what they're doing is, especially in America, they're finding shit underground. It's there. And it's so old that, I had an OG tell me from California one time that in the southern part of California, there are two massive caves that go from the coast all the way to Utah. Right. And I'm like, man, that don't even make no sense. You know what I mean? And then he was like, he had me look this up. Where do they fix submarines at? They fix them in Utah. My thing is, how do you get a submarine there? So, when I found that out, that between places like Groom Lake and all that stuff, they just these are, you can't even like Google like Earth these places and try to like look down on them. They block them out. I believe there was a civilization here. I mean, that was worldwide. This is why the correlation is always made between the Ma and the Ya and the Na and the Ga. This is why we see built-in bunker-like systems here in Middle America carved right into the rocks, and then we go over to places like Derinkuyu and we see the same thing.
Wait, it's called what?
Derinkuyu.
Derinkuyu. Where is it at?
Derinkuyu is like Africa.
Oh, okay. I got
you. Yeah, it's like a literal massive city carved into a mountain in it and going down into the ground a couple 100 feet. It's crazy. Check that out, man. It'll blow your mind. I believe that is the mound builder stock. The mound builder stock, after a great cataclysm, which is commonly called the deluge or the flood of Noah's Ark or whatever, went on to go on to repopulate the planet. And this is where you get your so-called stories of Ham, Shem, and Yafet, but they're only telling 3 parts of a 5-part story.
What was the 5-part story though?
Well, 24,175 years ago, in 22,553 BC, on May 17th, it was the May 10th, the 10th day of the 2nd month, a great deluge happened, but a great flood. Let me explain this to you. There's a way to tell time without having to use the calendar, right? In the Bible, it even says the Creator gave you the sun and the moon to tell time. right? But he doesn't go on to tell you how to do it. Well, in Owaspy, that is explained. It is called a timetables of prophecy. Okay, and all time, right? Well, time is on the timetable of prophecy is measured in arcs, a 3,000 year span of time. But keep in mind that all time is measured in arcs, arc seconds, arc minutes. You dig what I'm
Would
saying?
you be bringing up the Mayan calendar concept at this time, because that's a 26,000 year arc, supposedly?
Well, yeah, but even that's a baby. Even that's a baby. You got to think about it. The flood happened then. That's okay. So, Owaspy gives us a way to tell time, right? And the very first arc cycle, which is called Wane, WAN, right, is a 3,000 years time span, right? And we are currently in the 25th, called Cosmon, right? It's a 3,000 year span of time, right? But the 17th, or 51,000 years after upright thinking man, right? Or spiritually, what the Bible calls able, because he had spiritual ability, able ability. Anyways, 51,000 years after thinking man, right? A continent was sunken in the Pacific, causing a great cataclysm, right? Not only with the,
and that would be what we call Mu or Lemuria.
Yeah, that's the misunderstanding, right? I understand Lemuria as something different, right? It's a Lemuria happened before the great flood. I think, and I think they looking in the wrong place for Mu. You know what I mean? I think they looking, and I don't think the place. Okay, first of all, the continent that sunk in the Pacific is called Pan. Okay, well, first of all, I got to explain time to you. I got to do the time thing first. We are in the 25th arc cycle, right? That's 75,000 years after the creation of man, roughly, just to break it down. Well, in the 17th arc cycle, right? Remember, the first one is called Wane. We are in the 25th, called Cosmon. The 17th arc is called Noah. Noah's Ark, the Ark of Noah. Get it? Well, during that time, right? During that time, which is a 3,600 year span of time, a great deluge happened because a continent was sunk on purpose. I know it sounds, a continent was sunk on purpose. Well, that continent is called Pan, right? Now, people can, you can deny this, but you can't deny your heritage, culture, and history. Now, people will say, well, Cosmon, this ain't our heritage, culture, and history. I would beg to ask you, what is the name of your Algonquin flood hero? His name is Amaruka. Amaruka Pana. Right? He Amaruka, from where? Pan. The continent that sunk in the well, anyways, right? The story of the Algonquins, right, wasn't written until 1904 for the first time. I'm telling you, the flood happened the year 22,553 exactly. I'm not guessing. Right? If you do the math, you'll see it's roughly 175 years ago if you start at 1848. See, you can't think you're going to end in the right spot if you start in the wrong spot. Don't matter if all the math in the middle is correct. If you start in the wrong spot, you're going to end in the wrong spot. But if you start in the right spot, you can tell time. You see what I'm saying? Well, during this arc of Noah's ark, the 17th arc cycle after the creation of man, a continent was sunk. Well, OWASP gives us a way to calculate things, and it tells us the force that was used, basically. Well, I extrapolated this myself, and I used the common denominator of the average pressure or pounds per square inch that is exerted on the earth today, right? And that's 14.7 pounds per square inch everywhere right now. You don't even know what's happening, right? But when you do the math of what it took to sink a continent, mind you, it's about the size of maybe 4 Africas, right? It's the Pacific, right? and then once you look at it, you can see it literally carved up like a pizza, right? Literally like a pizza. Once you do the math, right, this is what it says, and this is just a rough, quick estimate. You dig what I'm talking about? Because it was so many zeros. But once it came out, and this is the low end, it came out that this is what it says. It took the force to crack a continent the size of 3 Africas, let's just say. 63 million square miles, which is the floor, right? It's above the ground right now. It's above the water. This is what Hawaii is sitting on. It says it took roughly 37.5 billion pounds per square inch to sever a continent from its base, to crack it. You dig what I'm talking about? The second rush, and then push it beneath the waves. Now, the type of force it would take. First of all, have you ever tried to even push a basketball beneath the water? Think about the force it would take to push a continent beneath the water. See, the ground that was what we commonly call Mu or Lemuria, Pan, Atlantis, whatever, all the myths are all about Pan, right? And so the continent that was above the water is now the floor of the Pacific. This is where great city of Mai. Now that's what they talking about. Mu. It's actually Mai, M-A-I. Right? That's the great city where Queen Mu is from, and Mu is just the southeastern corner of Pan. That's it. You dig what I'm talking about? So 22,553 BC, a continent was sunk, and what you think gonna happen when you press the water that's overflowing water filled up on a bathtub, you press a basketball in it, guess what happens to the water? It displaces, hence flood. But this one says this one was high as the mountains. Well, if you take Hawaii as the center point of the Pacific, and you run it to the tallest mountain, that's the Himalayas. That's 11,000 miles, 11,000 plus. But then you got to go ahead and run that in the other direction too. Crazy part is where it dumps out is Africa. So the stories of people running from a calamity going to another place, might be some truth in that. You know what I mean? People went into Africa. You dig what I'm saying? But they saying 12,420 people got off 138 ships, not one. Right? 12,420 people got off on 38 ships. 138 ships. The ships were broken into groups of 34, right? And then 2 were kept to the left, kept to the side. The god who is named Aph, right? A-P-H or Aph. right? He said, to prove this to man, I want to leave a remnant of pond. So he carved off the northwestern section, which is today called Japan. Right? Ja meaning remnant. And these groups of ships, 34, 34, 34, 34, and the two that go to Pan were called suns, right? These fleets of ships were called suns because it is out of these group of people. And if you do the math on it, 138 ships, 12,420 people, there's 99 people on a boat, right? And it says the gods ordered the people to be pushed. You dig what I'm talking about? After the continent was sunk, and they called them suns because they go on to repopulate a certain landmass. Well, some went west, right? Some went west. Well, all of them went west except one, right? So one goes to the northwest and lands. The two ships in the north, right, land in Japan or Zapan and are called Yista. They're Yista, these two ships. Then another one goes straight west and they land in what is today called Asia, right? Or China. And they become Japheth. So Russia and China is Japheth. It's not a man. It's a people group who go on to populate a certain area, right? Another people go west, right? And they land in what we know is Southeast Islands, India, and up into Persia. All that is called Shem, right? All the way to the Zagros Mountains. That's called Shem. And another ship went west, right? Remember, there's 5 sons, not 3. Another ship went west. They landed in what we would call today Africa, anciently called Ham, right? And then but there's one more ship. There's one more ship, and it went east. It went east, right? And this is the 5th brother. So we got Ham, Shem, Japhet, and Yista. But this brother, so-called, these sons, these people that go on to repopulate America, right, are called Guatemala. And they land in the middle of of Mesoamerica at a place that they go on to name Guatemala, right? Guatemala, which is the ancient cosmological name of America. All that America stuff that was the name that didn't come till later. The ancient name of this place is Guatemala, or the 4 tribes, or what you call the land of the crossing. This is why the cross here is older than anywhere else in the world. It's represented here first because it's a sign of the people, and is the literal sign of the country. It is the land of the crossing, right? And these people, unlike everybody else, had a natural proclivity to migrate north and south. If you look, everybody else go east or west, or they stay where they at, right? Most people go east or west, or they stay where they are. The North American Indian moves north and south, right? Owaspi goes on to describe the North American Indian. He says this is what not only He said, I put you here on purpose. Right? And then he goes on to say, this is crazy. Not only do he describe you, he described, first of all, this is where the word Negro comes from. It's really ancient Algonquin. The word is angui. When you're speaking to a Latin people, there is no angui becomes Negro because of skin. You dig what I'm talking about? And they already had the word, right? But the angui word becomes Negro. But since there is no wo sound in Latin or the España, there is a double rolling R. So Negro becomes Negro. That's the ancient Algonquin word angui, meaning upright talking animal or first of men. You see what I'm saying? It says that this is the only spiritual book in the world that say this, bro. I've never seen it nowhere else. It says that the Negro of America came suddenly into the world, north, south, east, west, and he was large, copper-colored brown. He had long, black, coarse hair. And because he was mixed with a mix of the big people and the little people, he was symmetrical and highly athletic and beautiful. They go on, man, listen, there's a reason why y'all talking about this Algonquin stuff. Or Waspi tell you the only reason you talking about it now or even remember it now is because since 1848, all the Algonquins, the Negroes of America, right, have been protected by their Algonquin ancestors. They are you know, they call them guardian angels. Well, the guardian angel is a rank. It's called a shar, right? So if you are Algonquin and or American, because this really is this is the promised land. Anyway, but if you are American or Algonquin, especially, you have a Algonquin ancestor. Usually they work on shifts of 4, so you usually have no less than 4 at any given time. You know what I mean? So these groups of ships go on to repopulate the areas that they are, becoming the peoples that we would later on become, you know, known as the great nation of Egoquim, or what we call Algonquin today. It says they're copper colored, they're the Negroes, and then he goes on to say, I put you here on purpose, and then takes a further step and says, there is nobody like you in the world. You are the only pure Ahuin, which is the name of the man in America, or not even America, all around the world. He is the large man. He is called Ahuin. To prove that, I would ask my brother OTK or my nigga E to please remind me who built Teotihuacan. Tehuanaco. It's right in how you spell iron is IHUA. If you see hua anywhere, first of all, to let you know this is the large people, you're always going to see megalithic building. You're always going to see it.
Like hua as an HAU.
No, yep. The name of man at the time, right? We're talking 7,000, 8,000 on back. Well, actually, shit, even Abraham and them. So let's just say 3,000 on back. Man was still large. He's called Ahua. or you can go look up, see who built up Sacsayhuaman. Sacsayhuaman. It's gonna always be the city of God, or you know what I mean, something like that. The city, the man turning into God. The Ahua literally means man.
Yeah, me, Cosmo.
You breaking up a little bit, bro.
We say hello. But yeah, that's how we say hello in the Sioux language over here in South Carolina. Remember I showed you that little band that was over here? But they spell it like that,
Yeah.
and they also say Kolo, Kola. Like Ola.
Say it again. You broke up a little bit. Say it again.
They also use Kola or Kola with Kola, just like Ola, but with a K in the front. That's the way. Those are the two ways we say hi, and that's crazy. Just explaining that. Remember, you say that my peoples them are like part. Are you talking about the Aztecs and the Mayans right now? That built those
No,
big
I'm talking
cities?
pre them. This is I'm talking Maya, because we got to remember the Maya. The Maya and the Mayans. Yeah, they two different things.
Right, I got you. Yeah, I follow you.
You feel me? And
okay.
This would have been the misunderstanding of who they call Olmec. These are your large Negroidal people, bro. They've been here forever. You dig what I'm talking about? And they go on to say, even in the Mayan myths and the Aztec myths and the Toltec myths, that the very first man who built the Temple of the Sun was named what? Shelhua. Xelhua. Shelhua built the great Temple of the Sun. Even though he built Cholula, the biggest one, next to El Mirador, but space wise is volume wise is Shelhua. And it's when you look at it, it's on 6 levels. So the little shit that we see, these little itty bitty little brick shits up top, man, that shit ain't have nothing to do with that megalithic shit that's at the bottom. This shit so old sometimes it's so old. People have come and died off and come and died off 2-3 times, and different people find this stuff. You know what I mean? You ask the Aztecs or the Incas, they ain't built a goddamn thing. They tell you the ancestors built all that, every bit of it. You know what I mean? And those are the great megalithic builders. Them are parents too. They opposite of the mound builder stock. Mound builder stock was peaceful. You dig what I'm talking about? Highly intelligent. You dig what I'm talking about? They were the master craftsmen, right? The Ahuans couldn't even carve their lakes, build their homes, they massive cities without the iron. But over time, just like everything else, shit mixed. And a whole new people came out of this thing roughly about 18,000 years ago. And he was called a nigger. Or the Indian. However you want to call him, don't matter. Same thing. You dig what I'm saying? Out of that mixing of the big people and the little people. When I say little people, they could be 5 feet and under. You know what I mean? But they wasn't generally tall. You know what I mean? And you had a warlike people and you had a people who was peaceful. And that's what it was. And this is where all the admixture come from, because even in the beginning, the niggas who came over here was some who looked like Asians. You dig what I'm talking about? It's some who was already Negroidal. Already. You dig what I'm talking about? Some would look maybe a little more Dravidian-like or whatever, you know. Just, one could have even been a Caucasoid, because I believe white folks was made the same time black folks was. I don't believe they no special. I don't believe they come from us like that. Now, and out of understanding that even in the earlier time of creation of man, he would have been more, even though what we call white today comes from a brown. You dig what I'm talking about? A ruddy color, you know, more reddish. And those people mix back and mix with each other. And you dig what I'm talking about? And they become pale over time. But it's admixture. It's nothing special to it. These people ain't special. They didn't come from the sky. They ain't got made in no laboratory. None of that. He's just a man. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, it get back to the Aboriginal or the type of troglodyte, I would say, that them people was mixing with up there more in the northern regions, to where you know, you would get your skin types, and just because it's cooler too. You dig what I'm talking about? Because our skins do two different things. You dig what I'm talking about? So you couldn't live really like that or dominate the cold regions of the world if your skin wasn't white or paler. It just couldn't. It wouldn't happen. You dig what I'm talking about? It hasn't, and it for the most part doesn't. You know. Oh shit! Damn. Hold on, man. My bad.
All right, that's what's up. Bizzle, you still there? Yeah, that's what's up, man. Cosmo. That's the only spiritual book that say that. Yeah, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Antarctica, Negro de Terra, land of the Negro. Mm, yeah, that's what's up. Cosmo done drop off, man. Yeah, man, I'm gonna give him a second, see if he come back up. He gonna come back up in a second. I'm gonna go ahead and close on out. Nice little 4 hours, man. Pull up all night at night. Can't slam for full time. Okay, shot. Can't slam for full time. And shot, you know you're always welcome over here, bro. Anyway, y'all always welcome to come and build, man. You know, definitely. I like builds like this too. I don't like that all that arguing stuff like that. Can't hear nothing, can't understand. So I like this. Yeah, the people behind the ice wall, right? It's crazy though. Listen, they're making some major moves over there trying to do something with that ice wall. Cause something got to be going on. Why every major nation, every major country is over there now. They claim it all together. Mm. What you think about that, Shy? Don't all the United Nations got stake inside Antarctica? That's the only place in the world, right? That all countries got a stake in. St. Louis, yeah. You know, niggas come in transition to probably it's a season for everything. Right, right. And to be honest, Shy, I think some people like I ain't gonna say their names, but some people died early in this thing for us to kind of hide this movement, this bloodline thing, and this we the land and we been here thing. The way that it's coming out now, they don't know how to react to it. You know what I mean? They do not know how to react to it because it got kept under wraps for so long. And now it's boom. Oh, we coming in abundance. Everywhere you turn, you see one of us. So, yeah, I think it was real strategized by accident too. This wasn't planned. Didn't do no leader. You know what I mean? You got forefront runners who laid down foundation and kept the work going, but like no leaders to stand out to get targeted, assassinated. You know what I mean? So yeah, yeah. And the way it's happening is we doing it with the info. So therefore, that is even better than a peaceful demonstration, a nonviolent march, because a march can also seem somewhat violent depending on what towns you're coming through. So this even better than a march because it's about the info. And what's so good about it, we using their info that they wrote against them and gonna hold them accountable for it. That's the key. Key. That's the key. You know. Well, I sure hope nothing crazy behind that ice wall. It's crazy how Game of Thrones came out at the same time all these countries was going over there in Antarctica. That's crazy. Yeah, man. You boys ain't come up, man. Come back. Okay. Man, happy birthday again, man. To my dog, man. Appreciate you as always, Cosmo. You know I be catching your bills, man. Y'all boy go over to Cosmo Cal TV, man. You know what I mean? With the Vortex. The Cosmania, you know. Uh 9 Lewis Admiral B Bar. Okay. All right, bet. I'm gonna check him out, shall I? Yeah, look him up. Yeah, you good, Cosmo. You know you always welcome to come and build anyway, man. You know, definitely interesting. Definitely interesting because I can relate to some of it from prior stuff that I encountered. And then, you know what I mean, the way you did it, yeah. But man, appreciate y'all, man, for coming through. Cosmo, man. Catch up with you tomorrow. Shout out. I'll catch y'all boys on other platforms. You know what I mean? St. Louis, man. Appreciate y'all. Chief Robinson, Blonde, Black Power, American Isness, Mama Chief. Um, what else? What else was in there? Carla Hernandez, Big Dog Philly OG, Dots from Unscrambled Minds. Um, let me get into my stars. Ghetto Child Clinic, always stopping through. But Dog Smoke Signal, he always stop through. Even if he just come and pop up his face, man, that means a lot, man. You know what I mean? He do be holding it down on other platforms too, man. You know, respect to you, bro. Definitely respect to you, man. Yeah, Kill Switch, Scotty Saturn, our Realize TV, Dre Cobbs, my dog. You know what I mean? Chief Robinson again, Bond Dog, my dog True Juice. You know what I mean? Christopher, you know, Babylon Don, man. And shouts out to the brothers, man, who stayed in here to the end, man. With me, man. Appreciate y'all boys, man. St. Louis, Shy, you know. Catch y'all boys tomorrow, man, on the flip side. And y'all know my motto. Make sure y'all tell somebody that y'all love them, somebody, someone, or something, because they need it. Feel me? Peace. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into that, Sha. Definitely gonna look into that. Clearly, Sean ended up with this. Cool. Respect to the
A lot of y'all really talk about that shit. Me and my nigga, we really do it, dog. Always keep it real, dog.
Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay hunting. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the Lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats they help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool, he didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunted, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100.
Man, it's in a movie called Frontier. And that shot, that's some great words, man. What a time to be alive. I was about to end it right there, but I had to put that out. And plus two. Two people. I don't think I did this today.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Peace out.